author of tribal oral language. She has written and composed many songs in Toda tribal language. She is a member of District Tribal Welfare Committee and also a member of Advisory Committee of District Peace Committee. Mrs. Vasamalli K is recipient of Kalai Mamani Award for Toda tribal songs by Government of Tamil Nadu. We are very pleased to have you there, ma'am. Thank you. And now I have the pleasure of introducing our esteemed scholars. To kick off the distinguished lineup, I introduce Professor Saraswati Venugopal. Please bring your hands together. A researcher in the field of Tamil folklore, she has served as professor and head, Department of Folklore in the School of Tamil Studies, Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai. Her forte is Tamil folk literature, Tamil verbal and non-verbal folklore, and Tamil folklore and its related fields. She has written 16 books in English and Tamil, including a translation of Kalidasa by Sahitya Akademi. She was invited as a researcher by the universities of Oslo, Norway, Uppsala, Sweden, and Hungary to disseminate Tamil and Indian folklore. You have been honored and awarded for contribution in Indian folklore. Very warm welcome, ma'am. Next, it is my privilege to introduce Shri N. Shantanayak ji. He is an eminent Banjara writer and poet. He writes in English and Kannada also. He is a professor at Sri Krishna Devaraya University, Bellary. He has several publications to his credit. He has also been the chairman of Second Language and English Textbook Review Committee for Karnataka Textbook Society. We are very pleased to have you with us. Please welcome him. Joining him on the round table is our next speaker, Shri S. Nagamalleshwara Rao ji. He is a noted Telugu poet and critic. He has been a senior research fellow at Department of Telugu, School of Humanities, University of Hyderabad. He worked as a lecturer in different colleges and is also a guest faculty teaching Telugu language and literature at Telugu University and Enadu School of Journalism. At present, he is working with All India Radio as newsreader cum translator. Very warm welcome, sir. Now I would extend my invitation to Dr. Shamshad Hassan Keti, having specialization in oral tradition of Malabar Rebellion. She is working as professor in the Malayalam department in the Thiru Regional Center of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi. She has 5 books to her credit and has contributed a number of chapters in various publications. She has also published research papers in leading journals and magazines. Professor Shamshad Hassan has participated and delivered lectures in many of the national and international seminars and conferences. She is a recipient of Kailai Gaveshana Puruskaram. Very warm welcome. Now, very respectfully, I request our esteemed chair to kindly assume the role of a moderator and preside over the session and take it forward.
I welcome you all for this great national seminar, which was organized by Sahitya Akademi. It is, past 11 to 16th. It's very difficult to observe things. Okay, every day, because we had opportunity to be here. This is ocean. So I must thank Sahitya Akademi taking so much effort for the literacy, and we are proud of being here. I'm not that proud, how they have taken so much effort and different people in India connecting in different subjects. Really, this time I had so much to observe. This last session is very important, national seminar and choral epics. That means, what I mean, each people have a diversity, but there is unity. that in a different languages, different geographical areas. So it is like that. So then people has to be very kind and happy and proud of being their own identity and respect others also. This is one moral we are doing here. And I would read small thing, maybe just giving introduction. This is we are, and I'm maybe from Tamil Nadu. I am from Tamil Nadu, but I'm not supposed to talk too much about my thing. In Tamil Nadu, there are 39 indigenous people there. Not only indigenous people, now in Uti, the Utta command, it's called, there all different people are coming there, because it is not one like Tamilians and Kannadas and all different people are coming. So we had opportunity to mix with everybody, and we know very little about the different people. Among a variety, we all feel oneness also. There is no fight among us. We have a peaceful epics, and we are having an opportunity to know about others. So I will say a few words about my own community. I belong to Toda indigenous people of the Nilgiri. I just inaugurate this function with spiritual words. Like we say, we speak all posh. All posh means man language, human being language, but others are calling us at Todas. So whenever we start praying, we say Mud North. Mud means the place where we live. It has to be very sacred, it has to be very, auspicious. Nor means ancestor place where people are living. And Tu means more than higher, like godly people. So we have three types of places in our place. So we have to respect and worship according to that. In this national seminar, I say Nilgiri Blue Mountain is a divine world for Toda indigenous people. All our ancestor gods lived as an ancestor and immortal. Eon is first god in our Adivasi Toda. Eon means spiritual god. His name we are not supposed to say irrespectively. In the beginning of temple prayers, we mention his name as a Keshem. His wife's name is Peshem. They have 5 children. Their names are Tevah, Turkish, Puf, Konosh, Kontro. Tevah, Puf, Kontro are son of the Kishem and Peshem, and Turkishi, Konosh are daughter of them. Then, if anyone die, the goddess Turkishi has power to wake them up. There is one plant, Siva Godi. Like in Lakshmana, woke up the, somebody was painted, Hanuman, I think. He came and woke up there with that plant, Siranjeevi plant. Like that, Turkishi used to wake us up. So in Nilgiri and Himalaya, there is some connection. Maybe I will compare later, but I will talk Siva Godi. She puts in the golden pipe and wipes put. Then the dead person will got awake. Once she did not give the re-life to the person. So death took place. Since then, we all become a human being. That is why we call ourselves all mankind. Eon's wife, Pishemi, and Puf vanished God as a god to the other world along with the Eon. Turkishi ruled this world and living with us. Then she also vanished as a god. This is an introduction of my land-based mythology. Thank you for giving the opportunity. And sorry. No, because even our people don't know what is our epic.
Your original story of owning.
No, now is a prayer starting this session. That's why I just told the basic of mythology. Anybody asks who's your God, people cannot say, they know, but translation word is difficult. But they don't even give time to listen about our own community and observing. the spiritual power is nowadays becoming less in anywhere, because it's like a spiritual is like, no, we have to experience, then only it's able to tell. It's not possible to express and tell others. So that's why I just gave the introduction of a myth of the Toda community in Nilgiri mountains. Thank you. Please.
No, next.
Next.
Call Madam. Saraswati Madam, please.
Detailed color. Yeah, I have. Ma'am, now I welcome Saraswati Venugopal, Professor Jiju. Give us epic topics, please.
Chairman Ji, this is the first time I'm telling Ji. Yeah, because I,
They are all
Yeah.
professors, experts.
and my dear friend Mahendra Kumar Mishra, and my friends here, Shamshed and Shanta, Nagesh, okay, and everybody here, sir. So I'm so happy here. You know, this is the first time I'm coming to Sahitya Academy in Delhi. I've gone to Chennai, but not here. And even when I came by flight, you know, somebody who was sitting by me asked me where I was going, and then I said, Sahitya Academy. Then she said, oh. Then only I, oh, this is something very big, I thought. Because her expression was like that. And today's, my paper is on just the general topic is oral epics of Tamil Nadu, but I have two parts in that. One part is culture of two tribes as depicted in the ancient Tamil epic Silappatikaram. You might have, am I here? Okay. Okay. Many of you might have,
The mic.
okay. Many of you might have heard of Silappatikaram. It is 1800 years ago. It was written by Ilango Adigal. Adigal means saint. But actually, he belonged to a royal family. He was the younger brother of the Chera king, Senguttuvan. And such a very wealthy, prince. He was a prince, but he became a monk. And he wrote this excellent, wonderful epic. You know, if you, you can even read the translation, English translation. It will be wonderful. You won't put the book back till the end, you know, you will read. So, from that epic, I have taken only about two cantos. The epic is, it contains 30 cantos. He has traveled, he has roamed, you know, all through the forest and all the places, and he has written that epic, and he has witnessed, you know, so many tribal people, two tribes, you know. One is Vetuvar. Vetuvar means hunters. And another name, their name is, the tribal people, you know, the name is Yeiner. The other one is, other canto's name is Kundrakkurave. Kundrakkurave, that is Kuravar. Kuravar means, it's also another tribe. So these two tribes, you know, about the tribes and the culture of those people, just, you know, I want to tell you something. Because 1800 years back, they were there. Even now, the Korava tribe is there in Tamil Nadu, maybe, yeah, in other South Indian states also. So about Silappathiyaram, very little I have to tell you. Kannagi is the heroine. But she is a very, very ordinary, soft-spoken and chaste woman. Her husband is Kovalan. Kovalan was a big art lover, and he himself was an artist, and he could sing everything. And he fell in love with another courtesan, Madhavi, and then at last, you know what happens? From her, he again comes back home, and very, very briefly I'm telling, both of them are going to Madurai, because, you know, Kannaki understands he doesn't have anything in hand. He has lost everything. So Kannaki says, I have a pair of anklets. The anklets means not ordinary anklets. A queen may have it. Such a very rich anklet. So the epic is named after anklet only, Silappadigaram. Silambu means anklet, and Adigaram is a story which is woven on this Silambu. So Silappadigaram actually, it is not on Kannagi, not on Kovalan, Silambu, because at last, you know, he proves with one of her Silambus that her husband is innocent. I'll tell you, both of them are going to Madurai. They are Chola people, but they are going to Madurai Pandya kingdom. When they go there, with one Silambu, Kovalan goes to the bazaar. There, he meets one goldsmith. The goldsmith already stole Silambu of the queen. So he was just thinking, so I can use this fellow, and somehow, you know, I can escape. That's what he thought. So he just took Kovalan, or no, he just went to the king, Pandya king, and then he said, I have found out the person who has stolen the queen's Silambu. Liar. So the Pandya king he was a very good man, but at that time, the fate was playing. Ulvinai. Ulvinai means fate, destiny. So this was playing there. So he said, okay, then kill him. Without analyzing anything, just he ordered, just you take him to that place and then kill him. Without thinking, you know, he just told. And Kovalan was taken there, and when the people, you know, two people with big, I don't know what weapon it is, they were ready there. And he didn't know what was happening. And you know what? He was not given a chance to ask what was happening. And at once, you know, he was killed. And then this goldsmith escaped. But this thing was, this spread, you know, this spread over Madurai. And Kannaki was staying with somebody. She was a newcomer to that city, Madurai. In Madurai only I was living for 35 years or 40 years. Yeah, really. And Kannaki was very new to the place. And people were talking, you know, one fellow was killed today, and his name was Kovalan. Oh, then, you know, she just, she did not know what to do. Just she went to the court, Pandya's court, and then she was let in. Pandya king asked her, what happened? Why are you crying? And she said, no, you have killed my innocent husband. He said, no, he was a big thief. he had stolen my wife's Salambu. Then, how do you know? See, this woman, this lady Kannagi, would not speak to anyone. She was just a very, very ordinary, normal, and soft-spoken lady. But she asked him, the king, she asked him, how do you know? How do you know my husband stole this? He said, no, the goldsmith told me. Oh, if the goldsmith tells you, you will kill him. Okay. Then he asks, how will you prove it? Then, she asks, in your wife's Salambu, what is the seed in that? And then he says, pearl. And in her Salambu, in Kannagi's Salambu, it is ruby. So she says, okay, you just give your Salambu. The one Salambu is there, one only was stolen. She just throws it off. Very ferocious, She just throws it off. It breaks, and then one pearl just, hit the face of Pandya. At once, he fell down, and then he said, no, I am very wrong. I have caused much trouble, a big trouble to such an innocent family. So he died, and his wife also died on the spot, heart attack. And then this one, Kannagi, goes away, and then she burns the city. You can't imagine. She just plucks away the left breast, her breast, and then she just throws it off. Then the whole city burns. Madurai was burnt by Kannagi. And then from there, she walks for 14 days, and then she goes to Chera kingdom. So this connects all three kingdoms, Chola, Pandya, and then Chera. The Chera kingdom, they don't know anything about her, but the Chera, Senguttuvan is the king, and he is told there by some ladies. We saw one lady losing one breast, and she was very terrible to see, because she was so sad. Then he understood, oh, this is Kannagi. From Himalayas, he brought a big stone, and then Kannagi's statue was made, and a temple was formed there. So this is the story. And I should say, on the 14th day, Kannagi was standing there. The Kundra Kuravai is happening there. That is the Chera girls. The girls, very ordinary girls, they go to her, and then she goes to heaven with her husband. The Pushpak Viman comes down, and all the devas. This is, somewhat mythological. And they come there with Kovalan. She ascends to heaven. So this is the brief story. But if you happen to see at least the translation, Valakkurai Kadai is the court scene. How she argues, that's very, very important. Very, very nice. Very nicely written by Elango. But I didn't want to take so much of time to tell. Okay, here. So this is anyway. Without knowing what Silappatikaram is, it's not good, to proceed. That's why I told you. So here, there are so many things, but I shall skip away many things. The Silappatikaram is a fine synthesis of mood poetry in an ancient Tamil Sangam tradition and the rhetoric of Sanskrit poetry, including the dialogues of Kalithavai, chorus folk song, descriptions of city and village, lovingly technical accounts of dance and music. So you should see that Madhavi, the second wife, Kovalan's second wife, is a courtesan. She's a dancer. She knows all 64 arts. 64 arts. She knows everything. So such a very lovely wife. That is second wife. The first wife didn't know anything, and that's why he went, I think. So strikingly dramatic scenes of love and tragic death. One of the great achievements of Tamil genius, the Silappatikaram is a detailed poetic witness to Tamil culture, its varied religions, its town plans and city types. The commingling of Greek, Arab and Tamil peoples and the arts of dance and music. So just I leave here. Here, the important point now we are reaching, that is Vetuva Vari is the 12th canto, canto number 12, that is Vetuva Vari. Vetuva means actually hunter, and the name is Yeiner. Here, Vetuva Vari, the 12th canto in Silappatikaram, it can be translated as hunter's song. Hunter's song. Now, see, there is a temple. Now we are in Canto 12. There is a temple. The deity's name is Ayyai. Or another name is Kottravai. Kottravai means Kali. Actually, Kali only Kottravai. It is her, temple. Kali, Kottravai is there, the only deity is Kottravai or Kali. So what they do is, poet Elango shows an elderly woman of the tribe. Her name is Salini. One elderly woman. She is being possessed. She is being possessed by Kottravai herself. Sometimes, elderly women are possessed. Now, I will be Salini for some time. Suppose, just this is Kannagi and this is Kovala. Okay? And I am Salini. Being possessed means, even now, possession is there, in many temples. That is in small temples in Madurai I have seen. I mean, they don't know what is happening actually. Devamutru, Devam, deity. Devamutru.
Incarnation.
Meimai Silithu, Meimai Niruthu means goosebumps. Salini has goosebumps all over her body. That is the symptom. And then, Kaiyeduthu Ochi. Oh, like that. Kaiyeduthu Ochi. I will just remove my slippers. Kaiyeduthu Ochi. Hey! Edada! Ayyai vandirken. I don't know what she said. Ayyai vandirken. Kottravai. Ayyai means Kali. Idumul Valley, Yeiner Kuttu Unnam, Idumul Valley means Thani fence. Thani fence. Idumul Valley, Yeiner Kuttu Unnam, Naduvur Mandrathu, Adipayathu Adi. Naduvur Mandram. Mandram means hall, a big hall, like this. Even bigger than this hall. Because all the people have assembled. You are the Yainas now. And Salini is just, she doesn't know what she was doing. This is possession. And she's dancing like this. Yeah. And then suddenly she looks at Kannagi. I mean, this is not purposely. Suddenly she looks at Kannagi, and then she becomes a soothsayer. She foretells. Usually, the person who is being possessed will tell something about somebody and something about their own people also. So here, about Kannagi, she says, Ivano, Unkachelvi, Kudamalayati. Unkachelvi, Kudamalayati means she's a very big lady and she belongs to Chera kingdom. That is only she is going to be, to be made as a deity. Kongachilvi. Kudamalai means Western Hill. That is Chera. Chera means only Kerala. Kudamalayati. Kudamalayati. And then now, Urumamaniyai. Ulakikku ongiya. Tirumamani. She says. Tirumamani means a big jewel of this world. So this is only 3 lines she says about Kannagi. As Kannagi is going to become a very big lady. Of the whole world, she is going to be known. She is a chaste woman and all that. And Kannagi is just okay. She will be hiding like this. Because she doesn't want to come out. Kannagi is behind Kovalan. So this is the scene. Kovalan was very nice to me because he put that Wi-Fi also. Kovalan. This Kovalan. So this is the beginning of Vetuveri. She is soothsayer. Not every time Salini was not possessed. Other elderly women also would have been possessed. But this time, Salini was the soothsayer and she predicted something like this. And worship, possession with divinity is found to be very common. Even now it continues. In Madurai, if you go to ordinary village temples, especially there is one Pandi temple. That Pandi temple, it's full of women only. Women who have problems. Women who have neurological problems, they assemble there. And they will freely, they would scold or blame their husbands and everybody. That is the license there. In that particular temple, it happens. Yeah, they will call the husband, Dai Vadang. Dai, we can't call Dai. Dai means very
Singular.
Yeah, not only singular but very abusive. So this is happening even now. Today in today's rural temples, this you can. Not in all temples, but in some temples which are very famous for this. Then many people have a faith in that deity. That's why they become all right. After some time, they will become all right. This is also happening in Madurai. I have seen so many people. And the decoration of the goddess. Now, this is Salini is not a goddess. She's not decorated. There is another little small girl. She is being decorated and she is brought over to this temple, the Garbhagraha. There, that girl is brought. A very small girl. that particular this thing, the decoration is very interesting. Tiger skin and an elephant skin formed the clothing of the goddess. Tiger skin and elephant skin. I wonder whether we would wear all those skins. But maybe in Delhi you can begin using that. The tiger skin, elephant skin formed the clothing. Similarly, the teeth of the tiger. But I have seen some people wearing tiger's teeth. Yeah. So this girl, that's actually.
We have nail, not a teeth.
But
Nail.
okay, but here is teeth only. Tiger's teeth, and then tiger teeth is formed her garland. Garland means so many teeth. And then from the description given it is to be understood that their virgin goddess becomes later on the consort of God Shiva and assumes all his paraphernalia. Okay, this is just a decoration thing. And then that lady, Salini, she dances two types of kuthu. Kuthu means dance only. She dances two types. One is Vendri kuthu. The other thing, this thing, Marakal dance. Vendri kuthu, before praying to the goddess, even before praying to the goddess, as though she assumes that the Ainas have won. Yeah, I should tell you about Ainas. They were highway robbers. Their profession was highway robbery because they belonged to Palai. Palai means a dry land. Nothing will be there. Then what can they do? They will just kill the people whoever travel there, and then they will eat. So this is highway robbery was their profession, and they were ruthless. Really, they were ruthless. And this lady, Salini, dances two types of dance. And one is Vendri Kuthu. Vendri means nothing but Vetri. Vetri means victory. Victorious dance. Victorious dance of the deity. Deity herself, as though she is dancing. This one is dancing. And the other one is Marakal dance. Marakal means kal is leg. And Marakal means wooden leg. With the wooden leg, she danced. There is one mythology about it. So the Asuras are sending all the snakes and scorpions and everything. And this, Parvati, Uma herself, she could not wear that. So she wore the wooden leg, and then, she just protected herself from the snakes and scorpions. So this is Marakal dance. So these two types of dances. There are so many things about the people.
Ma'am, yeah. It's a very deep subject. You explained very well about the Silapadikaram points in the moral way. We are very, very grateful to listen this in this forum. Valuable points we got it. Thank you so much, Ma'am.
No, I'll just, at least one, I have to finish that. Kundrakuravai is the other, 24th canto. There, after Kannagi loses her husband, she is standing there. And there are so many little girls, small girls. They are dancing and they are singing. They see Kannagi, and then they only go to the king, Senguttuvan, and then they only tell him there is one lady who has lost her breast and all that. So this is Kundrakuravai.
Because no, this is actually we are on oral epics. But Silapadikaram, it is not oral epics, but you brought the interior points and the practice of all inner people. So the valuable points given. Thank you so much. But there are so many others to do it. Please forgive me.
No, Vasan, only one thing, that is
Because next
the
session
second
also
part.
be going.
No, no,
Yeah.
the second part is today's Villupattu oral epics of Tamil Nadu today. Today. This is second part 2.
Please, 1 minute, please,
No,
because
I'm not going to read. No, but in that part, what I'm saying is Villupattu and no, the other, in Coimbatore. Villupattu is in, the Tirunelveli and Kanyakumari districts. And in Coimbatore, there is one Annanmar Swami Kadai. It is sung by Udukkayadi Pat. These two are very famous. Only about that in the second part. That is more relevant here.
maybe we will discuss after Professor Shanta Nayak speech, because we have some free time after completing all our subjects. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I welcome Professor N. Shanta Nayak, Banjara Janjati or indigenous people. Thank you. Please.
Good morning to everyone present here. Actually, I am going to present my paper on multilingual way, अंग्रेजी और हिंदी दोनों में मैं रखना चाह रहा हूँ. The chairperson of the session, Srimati Vasimali ji, and my co-presenter, and the experts in oral epic narrative area, and my dear friends. Actually, India is a wonderful land with diversity. Can you imagine without the tribes, without north, east, west, the topography, the flora and fauna, the diverse culture, the diverse food habit, the diverse dress pattern, the diverse cultural pattern? Can we imagine India without all these things? Why India is so grandeur? इतना वैभव हिंदुस्तान को इससे मिल रहा है कि हिंदुस्तान में साउथ में जो है भाषा है, उनका संस्कृति है, उनका जो रहन सहन है, खाना पीना है, वो नॉर्थ से अलग है. और नॉर्थ का जो क्लाइमेट है, नॉर्थ का जो पूरा जो क्लाइमेट है, वो साउथ से बेहतरीन है और साउथ से अलग है. तो ये आदिवासी जो है, नॉर्थ से साउथ से चारों दिशाओं से अलग अलग है. उनका ये मानना है, आदिवासियों को, उनका जो सोच है, उनका जो समझ है, जो मेन स्ट्रीम है, उससे काफ़ी अलग है, काफ़ी विभिन्न है. सो इस सिलसिले में मैं स्टुअर्ट एच ब्लैकबर्न का एक कोटेशन में यहाँ आपके सामने रखना चाह रहा हूँ. द हिस्ट्री ऑफ लिटरेचर प्रोबेबली dates back to the earliest human society. Right from the early days, people created stories mainly to entertain themselves, sometimes to educate others and for several other purposes. ये सही है. So आदि में, in the beginning, I think stories were told to entertain. And I'll also like to add, our people, they enjoy to hearing warrior class, the brave exploits of their predecessor. The brave people whose stories are very much narrated. Why the stories are narrated, the brave people's stories? Because they inspire the young generation to inculcate certain good culture, good warriorship, and they practice. So, in this way, I'm basically presenting, there are half a dozen oral epics in Karnataka, half a dozen, to my knowledge. And how they are, I'll brief and with reference of my own Banjara oral epic, I would like to present. And in this way, I would also like to quote what Aristotle says: epic poetry is an imitation of admirable people. So, whom can we admire? किसको हम एडमायर कर सकते हैं, किसको हम हमारा रोल मॉडल ले सकते हैं, उसके बारे में जो पोएट्री है, उसके बारे में जो नरेटिव्स है, उनको हम अभी तक जिंदा रखना चाह रहे हैं और रात भर लोग उसके गाता गा रहे हैं. तो ऐसे कुछ गाता है कर्नाटक में, which is a part of South India. And many episodes tells essentially the single coherent story, and more intensive and higher in terms of social values. This is very important. जो सामाजिक मौल्य है, आज हमको क्यों सामाजिक मौल्य पर चर्चा करना पड़ रहा है, सामाजिक मौल्य क्यों चाह रहे हैं हम लोग? सो जो हमको मिल रहा है हमारा ये महाकाव्य से. Why we are reading Ramayana and Mahabharata? For a morality, values which we inculcate, we can adapt, we can follow, we can imbibe certain things from Ramayana and Mahabharata. तो ये जनजाति जो है, they are totally exclusive. तांडा में हम जैसे बंजारा है, जंगल में पहाड़ियों के नज़दीक में जहाँ पे पानी है वहाँ पे हमारा तांडा बनता है. सेटलमेंट, तांडा मतलब सेटलमेंट, ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल हु स्टे देयर, तांडा. ऐसे हिंदुस्तान में शायद बहुत सारे तांडा है, लाखों में, लाख तक. कर्नाटक में ही 4-5 हज़ार, 5-6 हज़ार तांडा है कर्नाटक, अकेले कर्नाटक में. आंध्रा में है, तमिलनाडु के पार्ट में है, केरला में है, महाराष्ट्र में तो बहुत सारे हैं, और मध्य प्रदेश में है, दिल्ली के बीचों बीच 4 तांडा है. सो वी पीपल, वी आर एक्सक्लूसिव, एंड आई थिंक व्हेन वी came in contact with mainstream, I think we heard or we came to know Ramayana and Mahabharata. Even otherwise, we have our own narratives, our own epics, जो सदियों से हम सुन रहे हैं. पूरा रात में, पूरा रात लोग संत सेवालाल, सेवालाल एक कल्चरल लीडर है, वो हमारा एपिक में आता है. वो उनके बारे में पूरा रात लोग गाने गाते हैं, पूरा लोग उनका कथा गाथा सुनाते हैं. तो ऐसे ओरल एपिक कर्नाटक में बहुत सारे हैं. बिल्लव समाज है it's mainly concentrated in Mangalore region. मैडम जैसे कोरगा बोल रही थी, तो द डायटीज कर्नाटका, केरला और तमिलनाडु के बारे में कोरगास बहुत है वहाँ पे. सो दे आर ऑल concentrated in this way. And I think you might have watched a movie, Kantara, apparition of the god. वो कोला बोलते हैं, वो 3 तरीके का वो कोला होता है उसमें. एज मैडम शी एनेक्टेड, वो पूरा उसका पार्ट है, वो भयानक होते हैं वो कोला. वो आदमी के ऊपर आके वो दैव गॉड इनकॉर्नेट्स इन कम्स इन अ ह्यूमन थिंग एंड ही प्रेडिक्ट्स. अभी भी कल एक इसमें the very interesting is there is a very much connectivity between Andhra and Karnataka, that Tirupati Timmappa borrowed some loan, people still believe, borrowed loan from Mailara Mahadeva, Mailar Lingappa. Is also God, is a Shiv, is a Vishnu. तो मैलार लिंगा गया वो तिरुपति तिम्मप्पा के पास पैसे मांगने में 7 करोड़. तो ये बोलने लगा कोटी मतलब करोड़, 7 कोटी 7 कोटी. और तिम्मप्पा बोला गोविंदा गोविंदा, है ना. तिम्मप्पा, तिरुमल तिम्मप्पा, ये पैसा मांग रहे, मेरा 7 करोड़ दे दो. भगवान ना ये मैलार लिंगा, मैलार देवा इज आस्किंग हिज मनी, 7 करोड़ दे दो. तिम्मप्पा बोल रहे गोविंदा गोविंदा. गोविंदा मतलब गया तेरा पैसा गया, ऐसा मानना है. और वो मैलार लिंगप्पा का एक कार्णिक होता है. कार्णिक मतलब 21 दिन बिना खाए ऐसे ही पानी पे एक उनका पुजारी रहता है, और वो एक पूरा 50 फीट हाइट का एक जो एक खम्भ होता है उसको चढ़ता है. चढ़ के उनको जो दिमाग में आता है वो बोल के नीचे गिरता है. वो ये सभी ये मानना है कि भगवान का रूप है. तो तुलु is having 2 great epics. One is and they are known as Pardana. Pardana means singing, sing. Pardana, one is Koti and Chennai's शिवलरी. उनका जो युद्ध, ये दोनों भाई थे कोटी और चेन्नैया, ये बिल्लव समाज को एक पहचान दिलाने वाले थे. तो कसरत करते थे, वो बहुत बलशाली थे, कसरत करते थे, और समाज का उद्धार के लिए उन्होंने त्याग बलिदान दिया. तो आज भी जो उनका पूजा होती है, जो कसरत करते हैं ना, वो गरडी बोलते हैं कन्नड़ में. जो पहलवान लोग अंदर जाके, अभी नहीं आए हो, व्यायामशाला. व्यायामशाला वो जमीन के अंदर होती है, बहुत छोटी सी है, दरवाजा बहुत इतना ही इतना ही छोटा होता है. हाँ, जिम 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 जैसा, वहाँ पूजा होता है उन दोनों भाइयों का, कोटी चेन्नैया और कोटी और चेन्नैया, दोनों भाई है वो. सो वो पारदान इज अ नरेटिव, इट्स अ सिंगिंग द होल नाइट. ये हुआ दोनों भाई बिल्लव समाज के. सो वहीं मंगलूर के रीजन में और एक जनजाति है, वो है बंट्स. जो हमारा ऐश्वर्या राय है, शिल्पा शेट्टी है, ये बंट्स है. ये उन्हीं का एक बंट, नॉट बंट, बंट्स कम्युनिटी का एक तुळु. या Mangalore region, तुळु. Tulu community. Tulu.
Tulu
Kannada,
is
Kannada.
language, no, sir?
Language, Tulu is Kannada.
But community? So Tulu.
Tulua. No. Kannada, Mangalore people, they are multilingual. They speak Kannada and Tulu. जैसे मैं हूँ बंजारा.
But what? Name of the country?
हाँ. Karnataka, yeah. Kannadigas. Tulu. Like me, I'm Banjara. My language is Gorboli. I'm living in Karnataka. My mother tongue is Kannada.
Adapted.
Not adapted. My mother tongue is Kannada.
Okay.
Ah.
What about
Gorboli is
Banjara?
my mother tongue.
How can
It
be
is my
mother?
stepmother's tongue. Stepmother's tongue.
No.
No. Two mothers.
Yes.
Stepmother matlab, it's a social language. One is social language or native language. Mother tongue and native language.
You can call that is mother's tongue and this is mother tongue.
State language.
It is, yes. Yeah. Night interpretation.
Yeah,
Yes.
State language, you know?
So, state language. Okay. So, Siri Sandhi is also a pardana of bunds, and this is of 15,568 lines, a big narrative poem. So, the Bunt, it glorifies the biography of a legendary Bunt princess, Siri Alvedi. So, Barmanna Alwa is the person who belongs to Bunt community, and he lost his wife and only daughter. And he was very much worried about his successor, who will, after his death, who will lead this community, Bunt community, and who will be the emperor, or who will be look after my kingdom or my chair or everything. He was worried, and once a Brahmin comes to his home and he tells that you have forgotten your God. His God is burner, and it is in a small village, and he goes and he perform puja, and he offer the arecanut flour, and the sandal paste, which converts as a girl child, and she is Siri Sandhi. Siri Sandhi, and later she became the princess of that community. So the girl, this is the one, another. Hmm? Okay, so this is one. And the very another interesting is there are a few more. Malay Madheshwara Mahakavya, then Manteswami, all the Junjappa, Yattappa, they are the two narratives. Then again, Shankar Narayana. And then again, Masabada, another community, they have their oral narratives, which is very, very humanistic. I must tell few words on this oral epic. That is, Gadri Palanayaka is a young man of maybe 30 years, and he is a cowherd. He has maybe more than 500, 600 cows. So rearing a cows in a thick forest. And the tigers were killing his cows. He cautioned the tiger, देखो मेरे गाय को छिपना नहीं, मैं तुम्हारा बच्चों को और बछड़ियों को मैं छिपता नहीं तो मैं मार डालूंगा. There was an agreement between Gadripal Nayaka and the tiger. He says no, आज से हम दोनों भाई. And the calves, गाय का बच्चे और टाइगर का बच्चे दोनों साथ में खेल रहे थे, साथ में खेलते थे। तो उनका जो गादरीपाल नायका का जो मामा है, एडवांस हो गए वो थे गांव में रहने वाले। उनके पास तुपाकी आई थी, उन तुपाकी चलाने का सीख गए थे वो। एक बार आए वो गादरीपाल, उनका भांजा था ना, ये इनको ढूंढते आए तो देखा गाय के बच्चे और ये बाघ का बच्चे दोनों साथ में खेल रहे, तो ये समझा ये मार रहे, एंड दे किल्ड द टाइगर, शूट, बच्चों को मार दिया। तो ये बाघ को पता चल गया, अरे रे कुछ तो हो गया, मेरा बच्चे मालूम हो गया ना। एंड द tigress came and she saw that the children were killed, the kids were killed. It becomes very furious. And by that time, Gadripal Nayaka, he knows that something has happened in his settlement, in his area where his cows are collected in him. And he came and he saw that this was unusual story was happened. Then he wanted to leave the forest in a hurry. पूरा गाय को भगा के ले जा रहा था, तो बाघ बीच में आ गया। आज ना यहाँ तुम रहना, नहीं तो मैं रहूंगा, दोनों तो नहीं रह सकते। We cannot leave, either you or me. Let us see what happens. दोनों इतना लड़े, दोनों मर गए। Both the tiger and Gadripal Nayaka, they killed themselves. आज भी उन दोनों का ये माँ वैसे ही, it's not just myth. आज भी उन दोनों का जहाँ पे उनका ये दफना गया है, दोनों का पूजा होती है, बाघ का और गादरीपाल नायक का। और ये यशोगाथा आज भी गाया जा रहा है इन मैसबैडा कम्युनिटी। No. Masabada. A community is Masbada. Masbada में ये गाया जा रहा है, आज भी ये जिंदा है, आज भी ये चल रहा है। तो ये हुआ। अब मैं आ रहा हूँ, मेरा जो ओरल एपिक है बंजारों का, सेवालाल हैदराबाद साहब को मालूम है, हैदराबाद में आप सभी को मालूम है, जो बंजारा हिल्स पे संत सेवालाल जी थे। तो एक बार क्या किया, उनका जो गाय थे, उनका जो ये थे, पूरा निज़ाम का पूरा खेती खा लिया, खेती में जो फसल था खत्म कर दिया। तो गुस्से हो गए निजाम, और उन्होंने भेजा कुछ सैनिकों को, तो देखो क्या हो रहा है, कौन है वो लोग। तो ये रिपोर्ट गया, they revealed that there are some people, colorful people, and they are worshipping the goddess, and they are sacrificing the sheep and goat, and they are eating, and they are मजे में है, enjoying their life. And the next day, Nizam wanted to kill erase all those Banjaras. तो मिठाई में विष डाल के भेजा, और बड़े बड़े कटोरी आई। तो सेवालाल को ये मालूम हुआ, उनको मरियम्मा करके एक सिरसी मारी काम्बा, इट्स अ डाइटी, फीमेल डाइटी गॉडेस मरियम्मा, उसका पीछा पड़ रहा था। संत सेवालाल को। वो बोल रही थी तू मेरे साथ आ जा, तू मैं वो बोल रहा था नहीं, मैं तो स्वतंत्र हूँ, मैं तेरे साथ कैसे आऊँ। एंड ही डोंट वांट टू गो विद गॉडेस मरियम्मा, और शी वांटेड टू टेस्ट हिम। वो टेस्ट कर रही थी उनको, और वो उनको जितना चाहे उतना परेशान कर रही थी। तो वो बोला नहीं, मैं तो कुछ नहीं करूँगा, मैं तो एक इंसान हूँ, बस इंसान ही रहूँगा। So why this is because every tanda we have a temple, we call it matto. Matto is a temple where Sevalal and Mariamma, their idols are worshipped. And एंड उसके मट्टों के सामने जो है एक काटी होती है, झंडा वाइट ही होती है, वाइट कलर, एवरी पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया वाइट कलर ही होती है वो, दूसरा कलर का नहीं होती, दूसरा बर्ण का नहीं होती है वो। तो सेवालाल को मालूम हुआ ये ऐसा है, तो सेवालाल बोला मत खाओ, wait for some time. Then he touched those containers, all the containers. Then he said, now you can eat. And खाया और कुछ नहीं हुआ, तो बोला क्या मर गए? निजाम पूजा. All they died? He said no. Some miracle happened. नहीं, ये पूरा इसमें हम जैसे राम जी को भगवान मानते हैं, कृष्ण जी को भगवान मानते हैं, ये एपिक में है ना, और वो जो हमारा अंग्रेजी में है ना सर वो क्या है वो द हेलन ऑफ द ट्रॉय, उमर का इलियड, और वो हजारों साल चलते हैं, वो हजारों साल ट्रॉय एंड ट्रोजन का जो वॉर होता है हजारों साल चलते हैं। यूलिसिस आता है उसमें, और कौन कौन आता है, thousands of years it is happening. It is all myth, it is all miracle. ऐसे ही मिराकल हुआ यहाँ पे। तो निजाम खुद उठ के भाग के आया, कौन है वो, ऐसा करामती किया। तो बोला वो सेवालाल का जो पोर्ट्रेट है, सेवालाल ऐसा था करके, वहीं से उन्होंने एक पेंटिंग बनाया उनका। वहां से हमको पता चलता है कि सेवालाल ऐसा था। तो वो एक पेंटिंग है, वो सफदरजंग म्यूजियम, सालारजंग म्यूजियम में है बोल रहे थे। मैं ढूंढा, पता नहीं, बहुत बड़ा है वो, बहुत बड़ा है। पूरा दिन में ढूंढा, मुझे तो पता नहीं चला, मगर वो यहाँ है। और उन्होंने एक उर्दू शासन लिखवाया इसी सिलसिले में, which narrates the whole episode. उसको अंग्रेजी में ट्रांसलेशन किया है उसको, तो वहीं से मुझे ये पढ़ा। और एक इंस्टेंस ऐसा है, ऐसे ही हमारे ही लोगों में वो ईर्ष्या होती है ना, ये कुछ इसके कुछ चमत्कार है या कुछ ऐसा ही ये बकवास कर रहा है। एक लड़का लड़की के बेस डाल के आया, बहुत सुंदर था लड़का, मूछें कटवाया और पूरा साफ हो गया। और उनको मालूम करना था कि इसके पास कुछ है, सेवालाल के पास कुछ शक्तियां हैं, या ऐसे ही ये बकवास कर रहा है, ऐसा ही बोला जा रहा है। तो ही वांटेड टू टेस्ट हिम। चिगरिया करके नाम है उनका, चिगरिया। And this Chigriya, he shaved, cleanly shaved, and he became a girl, and he goes and some other person, he asked Sevalal, tell me whether he is a girl or boy. तो वो बोला अभी लड़की के वेश में है तो वो लड़की है ना, ओनली वन वर्ड, लड़की है ना। And he became girl. तो चिगरिया को ये अभी अभी चिगरिया को ये भी लेने का देने पड़ा, लड़की बन गया वो. He wanted to become boy again. He started crying. नहीं नहीं, मैं लड़का हूँ, मुझे भाया, मुझे लड़का बनाओ, वापस कर दो. है ये तो है ना, ये जिंदा है ना, ये लाइव है. ये गाने में गाती है हमारे हमारा हमारा जो वी हैव ए वंडरफुल इंस्ट्रूमेंट नगारा. नगारा शायद हमारे से ही आया होगा. नगाड़ा बहुत बड़ा नगारा. एंड वी प्रे द होल नाइट वी एंड द ब्रॉन्ज प्लेट्स, खासे का थाली. नहीं नहीं ऐसा नहीं, प्लेट्स उसको ऐसे थाली को बजाते हैं, ऐसे थाली को ही बजाते हैं.
ऐसा ड्रम
नहीं, एक नगारा, बिग वन, उसको थोड़ी नगारा और थाली, वो थाली बजे कि उस घर में जो मिल रहा है उसको उससे ही एक नगारा और थाली को बजाते हैं. बस अल्टीमेटली वंडरफुल रिदमिकली.
Thali means plate,
प्लेट
Oh, that's it.
प्लेट
Yeah, all tribes have the very old type of thali.
पीतल का.
Yeah, the original.
पीतल का साउंड अच्छा आता है उसको. हाँ हाँ, यस.
We give those plates, no, from
और झांझ,
mothers to daughters.
Jhanj.
With that. Everybody is having.
झांझ, थाली और मैं
just
मैं
noted
लिख
the
रहा हूँ
time also. I
इस बार.
divided-
या
I
डेफिनेटली.
divided the time, sir, so much. Calculated, no, each time.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो बोल रहा है लिखो इसको. नहीं, मैं लिख रहा हूँ.
Yeah, yeah.
आई हैव टू,
We have to
आई हैव
write.
टू,
Yeah,
आई हैव टू
important
राइट.
part.
नहीं नहीं, ये सही है. आप जब हम मिले थे वहीं तभी से आप मेरे पीछे पड़े. मैं थोड़ा उधर भटक गया हूँ, तो मैं आई कम बैक टू द ट्रैक. सो ऐसे है. तो ये चिगरिया का स्टोरी है. और ऐसे ही संत सेवालाल every festival, दीपावली is a very very special occasion to us. एंड हमारा उसमें जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है. मेरा पिताजी, मेरा माँ, मेरे क्या है मेरा ऑल माई सिस्टर इन लॉस, all sister-in-laws, they sit in a circle and he is distributing alcohol to everyone. Gender, we don't have gender discrimination. मेरे और मेरा भाई, छोटा भाई के अलावा, और मेरा बड़ा भाई, हम तीनों के अलावा सभी भाई, बाप, माँ और सिस्टर इन लॉस पूरे बैठ के, only that day, not every day, not every day, not every day. So at least equality we have in tribe, particularly in, and no. At least that day they sit together and they drink alcohol, consume alcohol. Alcohol is not every day allowed. No. No. That at least that day they. ऐसे है तो still I have 5
minutes.
5
Because I have
minutes.
divided the time for everybody. Half an hour we'll leave it for discussion. Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Because after half an hour we'll
No.
discuss because
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
yeah,
Time
1
ही
o'clock.
time है हमारे पास.
Because now I have divided like no sir for you 11:15. For everybody I divided the time sir, and I left time
So,
for
okay.
30 minutes for
Okay,
discussion because there are so many
Okay.
important points.
Okay. Not a issue. So.
It's okay?
So this
everybody?
is
It's okay, no, ma?
how. So this is how.
30 minutes we will leave it for discussion. Yeah. Thank you, sir. For you, sir.
Some assignment,
Yeah.
but one thing, I
Thank you for being here, sir.
considered Santa, because I have 4 oral epics in Odisha on Banjara.
Yeah.
I have 7,000 Banjaras there with me. He has sent me, and I'm taking care of that. You are our national leader, sir.
Yeah. You are really.
All the best.
Thank you. So, at the moment I will stop here and allow other co-presenters to enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is very lively discussion and such a, I mean, all the words came from his heart and his experience and expressed the oral epic. We will have a time to ask questions afterwards. We left some time for discussion also because there are so many new things are there. Thank you very much. Now I invite Naga Malleshwara Rao to give in his own epic stories.
Namaskar, everybody. Respected Chair Vasamalli Madam and Saraswati Venugopal Madam, Shanta Naik Sir, and Shamshad Hussain Madam, and friends. And now I am going to give an account of this oral epics narrated among tribal communities in Telangana state. In Adilabad districts, it is totally almost tribal district. Rajgonds and Kolams and Pardhans, Totis, Naikpods, Koyas, so many other tribal people are living in the hills of the Adilabad district, and they have their own Mahabharata stories. Generally, we all the languages, we adapted whatever the stories are given by Vedavyasa, and we have translated them into Telugu and other languages. But these people, they own that Mahabharata and they place the heroes as they want, and they sometimes they ignore other Pandavas and they narrate their own stories. That means, you know, the whatever the Mahabharata is there for all mainstream these things, it has its own versions in tribal people. Just I want to present a paper. I think it would give some understanding for everyone else. This is Mahabharata traditions of Rajgond, Kolam and Naikpod Adivasis of Adilabad. How the great epics of Indian tradition, the Ramayana and Mahabharata have enticed and interlaced and woven themselves with the existential fabric of the Adivasi tribes of India has been a great subject of endless scholarly study. One can discern from these studies that over centuries there have often been many small or big additions or reincorporations into a particular tribe's original adaptation or retelling of Mahabharata or Ramayana. It has been a very layered history. In the process, we find that the traditional definitional differences or distinctions between epic and mythology collapse in the context of Adivasi adaptations of Ramayana and Mahabharata. Its case of first a secondary or a literary epic becoming a primary one, meaning losing the characteristics of an epic, written and composed by a single or a set of poets or composers, and becoming an oral composition redrafted from the perspective of the ethos and mythological patterns of the particular tribe through an unconscious process by many anonymous composers. This redrafted primary epic in the process also acquires many characteristics of a tribe's defining mythology, portraying and explaining the origins of the tribe, its geographical and technological history, its social structure, and patterns of its ritual and cultural things. So, in the Adivasi terrain, In the incorporation of an existing epic like the Mahabharata from the mainstream, we find a much more complex process than the mainstream patterns of the origins and creation of a primary or secondary epic. In the Adilabad district, North Telangana, we find the Mahabharata tradition among these symbiotically coexisting Adivasi communities, Rajgonds, Kolams and Naikpods. The Rajgonds have their own distinct creation and historical, mythical, epic narratives which have no connection with Mahabharata, which are sung by their bards. Rajgonds have two bardic communities, Pardhans and Totis. The Pardhans and Totis also sing a Gondi version of Mahabharata, which has a deep imprint on the religious, cultural, social ethos of the Rajgonds. The Totis are also the bards of a much smaller and distinct tribe, the Kolams. For the Kolams, the Mahabharata is their primary or creation epic. The Telugu-speaking Naikpod tribe, who are a smaller community in Adilabad but are spread over large parts of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, have a far more significant and wider association with the Mahabharata and its leading character. Korrazulu are the bards of this Naikpod tribe. So all these major tribes have their own bardic communities. They sing for these tribes. As said earlier, irrespective of the specific Mahabharata versions of each tribe, there are also exists a lot of overlap or intermixing between these three communities at the level of shared devotional beliefs and ritual and festive patterns, owing to the harmonious symbiotic relationship in which they have existed for centuries. Indeed, it can be said the Mahabharata and in particular the figure of Bhima are the basis of the remarkable tribal cohesion you see between these communities in Adilabad. In the Gond and Kolam version of Mahabharata, as told or sung by many individuals, men and women, the most significant difference we find in the plot is the positioning of Bhima. As Bhima as youngest, the strongest and the most adorable of the five Pandava brothers. This is because in the original South Indian or Dravidian scheme of kinship relations, a special affection is bequeathed on the youngest male child. He is pampered and often he has some special privileges or rights, especially in ancestral property. So Bhima had to become the youngest of all five brothers in Gond and Kolami version of Mahabharata. And because of his strength and eminence, it is Bhima who gets the royal crown once the Pandavas return to their kingdom after their long years of Vanavasa and their victory in the great battle with the Kauravas. In the specially Kolam version, Bhima or Bhimanna is their primary god. During Vanavasa, he marries a Kolam girl, Idumal Devi, that is Hidimba, to whom is born Ghatotkacha. When Bhima, along with the Pandavas, sets on returning to their kingdom, Idumala Devi and Ghatotkacha entreat him not to sever his long and intimate relationship with their community and leave. In answer, Bhima tells them not to worry and he would always be available to them at their beck and call in case of any difficulties or misfortune and help and save them. In Kolam language, Bhima is called as Aya or Ayak, that is father figure. The memory of the Vanavasa of the Pandavas and Bhima's association with their community is thus remembered in the form of Ayak deity, and the connection is revived annually through his Ayak festival observed in December or January. There is a special canto in Gond Mahabharata which describes the great details of transformation of Gond and Kolam tribes from purely hunting and forest foraging communities to partially agricultural or farming communities. This is also connected to Mahabharata, and the credit is given to Bhima only. During the Vanavasa, Bhima sows some millet seeds, which he had managed to obtain from his elder aunt Gandhari, the wife of the blind king Dhritarashtra, before he and the rest of Pandavas along with Draupadi set on their forest journey, Vanavasa. This canto is called as Sama Bhada Bhidi. Sama is a little millet and Bhadi is a foxtail millet. The forest land gives an enormous bumper crop to Pandavas, and they save it in the huge granaries for the not far of great battle with Kauravas. The forest living communities acquire the skill of agriculture from Bhima. A historical transformation which gave them a far greater food security is thus ascribed to the mythical figure Bhima. A cursory investigation reveals that none of many versions, including women's songs or Mahabharata or episodes from its existing among these Adivasi communities in the two Telugu states, have been thoroughly researched or recorded, and certainly none of them have been transcribed or published. I had to therefore depend on oral conversations with a couple of individuals, including professional bards of those communities, to get some idea of the unique forms and turns of the great epic Mahabharata has taken in their retellings. In the Toti version of Mahabharata, as told by Srimati Marsukola Kalavati of Tosham village of Adilabad district, Bhima is the middle child of Pandavas, not the second one as in the mainstream versions, or the youngest in many songs or oral tellings of their own Adivasi communities. To begin with, noticing the sterling capabilities of and moral qualities of these Pandava brothers, Lord Sri Shambhu or Lord Shiva hands over the lordship of the five elements as well as all continents and kingdoms of the earth to them. While the Pandavas ably administer all the regions and countries under their suzerainty, solving the problems of citizens in those lands, Dharmaraja had a dream in which he discerns the country of Bhote Pandaval Desha, in which lies Motim Pandaval Rajam or kingdom, which is afflicted with a severe drought and famine, and people are in great suffering. Dharmaraja then says to Bhima and others that it would be a grave sin if they don't go and solve their difficulties. Before venturing on the journey, the Pandavas go to visit their mother Kunti to take her blessings. When Kunti hears their plan, she prohibits them from taking up the journey. She tells them about the demon king Vidambadeva and his two wives. The younger wife Rudravati is pregnant with the hungry demon Bakasura, who is praying for the blood and flesh of the Pandavas so that he can take birth with the energy thus gained. It is for this reason the Vidambadeva is eagerly waiting for your visit, she tells to her sons. Bhima then tells Kunti that he will go alone to the kingdom and help its citizen, and his four brothers could stay back with Kunti. Dharmaraja then pleads with Kunti that they must go with Bhima to fulfill their royal duties. So Kunti then calls Bhima and says, "You, the dark-skinned man, strength personified, you alone can fight and vanquish all the demons. So please take care and see that no harm is done to your brothers." Bhima promises to do so, and 5 Pandavas leave Motim Pandaval Rajam. While Bhima walks ahead on foot and the other 4 Pandavas follow him on a chariot. En route is waiting a demon by name Urvasa Rakshasa, who has a huge mouth spanning earth and sky, waiting to gobble any being passed the way. On seeing the four brothers in the chariot, Urvasa Rakshasa asks two of them to become his food and asks the other two to go and inform Kunti the fate of their brothers. On noticing that the chariot has stopped and his brothers have got down from it, Bhima realizes that they have walked into a demon's mouth. Readying to battle with the demon, Bhima lifts the chariot and places it on a small shami tree. In the ensuing fight, Bhima kills Urvasa Rakshasa and brings his severed head to Dharmaraja as a gift. On seeing the blood-soaked head, the weak-hearted Dharmaraja's throat and mouth go totally dry, just like me. He asks Bhima to fetch him some water and save his life. Bhima locates a well in the forest, but it is guarded by the mother of Vidamba Rakshasa and his sister Vidimba. Bhima performs certain rituals and battles and kills the old demons, but while returning with water, he is accosted by Vidimba. When Bhima tries to kill her too, she asks him, "Oh fool, if you kill me, who will tell you the fate of your brothers?" What about my brothers? Asked Bhima. They have been captured by my brother Vidamba and imprisoned in his fort. He wishes to feed their flesh to his unborn child Bakasura, she tells him. Feeling thankful to her for informing about the whereabouts of his brothers and falling in love with her, Bhima weds Vidimba. Eventually, Vidimba gives birth to a valiant son, Gatvedasya. Bhima, helped by Gatvedasya, finally manages to kill Vidambadeva. When Bhima tries to kill Bakasura by trampling on his womb of Rudravati, Bakasura warns him that this is unfair and that they can fight it out later. The four Pandava brothers are brought out of imprisonment. Then the Pandavas ask Vidimba and Gatvedasya to come with them to their kingdom. The mother and son politely declined the offer, preferring to stay back in their forest world. Later, Gatvedasya gets married and to him is born a son, Ayu or Ayak, the progenitor of the Kolam tribe. It is obvious that owing to many displacements and disruptions in their traditional way of life, the Kolams have lost an active memory of their mythological and epic heritage, and they in general conflate the Bhima and Ayu figures. The Telugu-speaking Nayakpods have a much stronger relationship with Mahabharata and Pandavas, though there is no lineage connection between them and any of the Pandavas. In the Mahabharata version narrated to them by their bards, the Nayakpods are described as a community of faithfuls who accompanied the Pandavas when they set out from Indraprastha for 12 years of Vanavasa and 1 year Ajñatavasa. For the Nayakpods, the 5 Pandava brothers are their primary deities, and they have numerous forest shrines, caves, hills, valleys and lakes associated with one or the other of them. One major variation in the Nayakpod Mahabharata is the existence of Lakshmi Devara, who is a sister of Pandavas. She is Lakshmi Devara, sister of Pandavas, and younger to them all. In the great Mahabharata war, she also participated in the great battle on behalf of our brothers. However, she is brought back, she was killed in the battle. She was brought back to life by affixing the head of a horse to her torso. On most ritual association, a set of Nayakpods wear highly colorful and ornately painted wooden masks symbolizing the Pandava brothers and the horse-headed Lakshmi Devara dancing with great frenzy along with the rest of the devotees. I have 2 minutes?
Yes.
Fine, okay, so that I can complete it within 3 minutes, As distinct from the columns and gods, have their own distinct mythology, the epic proportioned narrative with the details, their origins and the creation of their clans and subclans and their geographical spread. Yet the Mahabharata and its characters are very dear to them, and a descendant relationship with either Dharmaraja or Bhima, and a common mythical relationship with Pandavas along with columns is acknowledged. While the Gonds are both numerically and economically a stronger community than columns, the Gonds recognize that the columns are a more ancient community than them. All priest people are columns for Gonds. The Gonds treat them, they give them their respect to columns, and the column community are the priest community to the Gonds. And owing to the special ability of columns to communicate with many invisible spirits and powers and magically tame them, the Gonds call them as their pujaris. The origin of this special skill is ascribed to Bhima, and the episode of him praying at the well in the forest and bringing the life-giving water to Dharmaraja in the Mahabharata tale mentioned earlier. The annual festival of Bhimanna or Ayyu is celebrated in the month of December or January every year, while the columns and Naikpods have generally separate shrines. All the three tribes participate in the long drawn out pilgrimages associated with the various shrines. The relationship between columns and Gonds becomes much closer during these pilgrimages, and with the traveling icon of Bhimanna visiting many Gond and column villages and individual homes too. The Mahabharata epic, with all the transformations it has undergone at the hands of the three Adivasi communities in Adilabad districts, yet stands out as a cultural unifier and is the basis of the tribal cohesion and harmonious coexistence. The number of people named after the characters in Mahabharata in the three tribes is an indication that the deep loving relationship they feel them. In the light of this, there is an urgent need to document the numerous versions and episodic variations of Mahabharata found in the Adivasi communities of Adilabad districts. It would be a worthy addition to the great complex of Mahabharata studies. Thank you.
It is the way you talked, and you took us to the Gond community and three of the Telangana community, it tempting us to see the Bhima Hayas festival, and we will have the reality how the tribes are celebrating and the natural way. Thank you, sir. Next, I may call our sorry. I'm sorry. Sunshine is there. Am I right? Thank you. You are welcome to give your speech.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Chair and my dear friends. My paper is about folk epics of Kerala, a special reference to Chenganuradi, a epic song.
Come close. Yeah,
I will read the paper. It's completely designed for 20 minutes reading, I think. My paper delves into the tapestry of Kerala folk epics, vast, intricate, the subject within the regional cultural landscape. In Kerala, folk epics encompass the diverse array of narratives categorized regionally as Southern, Northern, and Midland tradition. These epic songs, deeply rooted in local lore and tradition, offer invaluable insight into the ethos and heritage of Kerala people. My paper aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the categorization while also delving into the detailed study of specific folk epics with particular focus on the text named Chenganuradi. By examining the nuances of Chenganuradi and other folk epics, this study seeks to illuminate the broader themes, motifs, cultural signification embedded within Kerala's rich tradition of oral storytelling. In Kerala, folklore studies, epic songs are part of ballads in folk songs category. Heroic poems known as Idihasa Kavyas are just one type of ballads. Ballads are classified into different type of based on the form and size. Ballads, ballad sling, ballad cycles, and folk epics. If we examining this, all except the ballad link fall under the folk epic category. In Kerala, the spatial division of these songs has gained increasing significance, distinguishing between northern songs, southern songs, and midland songs. With the exception of southern songs, all these compositions are intricately intertwined with agricultural practices. They are often sung by laborers to ease the work during the field activities, serving as source of comfort and motivation. Conversely, the southern song known as Villadichan Pattu, yesterday ma'am indicated this, is intricately connected in ritualistic practice and exhibits unique association with a particular art of employing the bow as a musical instrument. Northern songs predominantly encompass agricultural themes, serving as melodic companions of laborers engaged in various field activities. These songs, commonly referred to Thorampattu, Thoram means labor, play a significant role in alleviating the physical strain associated with tasks such as grinding and pounding, particularly during the ceremony events like wedding. Beyond the utilitarian function, Northern songs also serve repositories of heroic narratives, capturing the valorous exploits of legendary figures such as Tachuliodenan, Unniyarcha, Talakkal Chandu, Pumade Ponnamma, and Madileri Kanni. These narratives, characterized by the rich storytelling tradition, depict acts in courageous and resilient performance of both male and female protagonists, thus embodying the egalitarian ethos inherent in Kerala folk culture. In general, when examining the folk legends of Kerala, Midland songs haven't received the same level of attention as Northern and Southern songs. In distinctive aspect of Edanadan Pattu is that Paraya community, a traditionally considered one of the lowest caste group in Kerala, mostly carries this song tradition. Given that the Paraya community has first-hand experience with caste-related issues, these songs often contain numerous references to caste and its associated hierarchies. Variations in the songs can be observed among the different Irava sects when they perform the same song. That's quote from Sajida Kea. Hence, this analysis aims to explore Edanadan folk song as a representative model of folk legends in Kerala. Edanadan Pattu gets its name due to the regional distinction involved in both southern and northern songs. In earlier literary histories, the Midland song has grouped with the southern song. However, a later approach separated them into three categories. The name Edanadan is significant, referring to the main hero in the songs of the region. In the tale of the birth of hero named Edanadan in the Edanadan song, he is born when the worm breaks while his fully pregnant mother is traveling in a boat. The baby named Edanadan because of being born in the lake along the way. Similar to Edanadan Pattu, Manikyam Pennu and Edanattiladi, Chenganuradi, many songs are associated with this region. Among these, the most renowned and fitting for model of folk epic is that Chenganuradi, which is considered to have 21 adis, with some studies suggesting more. Ancestral names of such Puvingaladi, Uluvanadi, Irappanadi, Adimalluradi, Karimalluradi, Kunnuvanachan, Adirambulachan, Mangombilachan, and Kariyam Panikar, Eriyam Panikar are some prominent names in it. Kunnuvanachan, Kariyam Panikar, Eriyam Panikar are mentioned and involved, with the most significant being in the song about Chenganuradi itself. Kunyadi is small Adi. Kunyadi's mentor is Kariyam Panikar, who appears in the form of Kariyathan Pulla. Pulla is a bird. Once while playing Kunyadi sees Kariyathan Pulla is being carried by Iriyathan Pulla. Kariyathan Pulla falls in front of Kunyadi. When Kunyadi brings the injured bird to his father, he suggests leaving it. Kunyadi's father advised him to inform his mother, who encourages him not to give up and provide guidance for treating the bird. Following his mother's advice, Kunyadi prepares medicine, tends to the bird, and catches small beetles and worms to feed it. Once the bird recovers, Kunyadi's mother suggests releasing it into the wild. Eventually, the seemingly ordinary grass reveals its true form of Kariyam Panikar, a teacher. Subsequently, Kariyam Panikar imparts his skills to Adi. Later, Adi completes his studies. When he gives Dakshina, the Guru predicts that Chenganuradi will master 18 Kalaris and meet his end in the 19th Kalari. Despite the warning from Guru about the danger, Illuvangalari, Adi forbidden to go there. It is told that Chenganuradi journeyed to numerous forts, winning battles with the blessing of Kariyam Panikar, his guru. As the war commences, a large flock of birds appears in the sky, signaling the guru's blessing. When he departs to Illuvankalari, and it is foretold that Chenganuradi will lose without guru's presence. He never sees birds in the sky. He then announced that he will die in the war, and he requests Illuvanadi to send his body, Paluvam woman, his wife. Illuvanadi informs everyone about Adi's death and concluding the story of Chenganuradi. The narrative is presented in formulaic poetic style, yet each story is distinct. Adi conquered 18 Kalaris to different reasons. He off to Adirambula fort just to visit it. He went to Muvakkal, seeking revenge for the killing of 12 uncles. And to Palua region, journey was in search of Palua girl, and Adi brings tailmanned Kunnuva Pennu on an elephant. So the courageous Chenganuradi conquered 18 forts and ultimately met his demise at Illuvangalari. Some songs indicates that he buried on the south side of the house, while in others, Guru's name is revealed at Illuvangalari, marking his death. When analyzing the characteristics of this song, the prominent aspect that stands out in the inclusion of caste references. The song delves into the caste system and portrays the conflicts and various levels. When Adi reaches near the Paluvam house, he asks that the song, "My dear, please hear, is this Paluvam Paraya hut?" Paluvam Pennu displays the untied winnowing sheep from the house and trying to prove this Paraya house. She shows the bamboo materials for making winnowing sieve. In Kaniya Kanicheri also having these materials, he said. Then she shows the wrap and whoop of the winnowing show. So Chenganuradi approached there and he stood in front of the yard of Paluvam. Thus ensure this is Paraya house. He don't want to enter into Illam, that Brahmin house. That's why he is asking many questions. Chenganuradi enters only after ensuring this. Once Changanuradi groomed well and set out on journey. Lord Palua mistook him Prince of Tekunguti, that western region king. Paluankoi stands by performing all the rituals required by the Lord for a prince. However, don't bore me and don't need any ceremonial. I am a law-born man, replied Changanuradi. Observing groomed Adi, his mother also acknowledged that seeing him now is an akin witnessing the Lord's prince. Despite Adi's attempts to avoid conflicts, they confront him, cast names, insult, and Adi stumps moving forward. Adi said, I am traveling as part of my innate custom, have beaten and custom beat. O Duke of Paluam, don't beat me anymore. The game shall change if you beat me more. Adi warns the Lord Palua. In Kuttanadu, like any, this is a quote from Zakaria. In Kuttanadu, like any other region, numerous sub-communities and subcultures exist, and their differences are evident, strife and prevalent, extending beyond material aspects to various spheres of life. However, the folk song unveils the social capital that binds them together. This underscores the contemporary social relevance of this work. In this way, the song presents the looting, exchanges, and litigation between different castes and communities. Another feature of this song is importance given to labor. When Adi decides to go to Paluvam, his mother prepares food for him. Mother took the key of Kanirapura, that Kanirapura room, opened the door of Patayam. That's a big bin. We are keeping paddies. Scooped rice into the vessel, measured in a changari and nari. Pounded rice, washed it, walked around mother's fence, picked and threshed vegetables, and all this can be seen in the description. Then continues. Mortar is made by carpenter, a carpenter mortar. A mortar rolled with the toes. Then rice filled in it. Pestle ringed by blacksmith, wrinkled pestles. It is also mentioned here those tools were made. This similes used in this song also deserve special study. An important thing is its closeness with nature. Although it can be seen in all folk songs in general, yesterday we have a discussion on it, it expresses the characteristics of nature of the area and the life relationship of society with them. He moves like a baby coconut falling and slipping, like the clouds passing in the sky with fear, like a sparrowhawk leaping in the sky, just like that. In that manner he travels. When it is mentioned the baby coconut is rolling down, it implies not just the speed but also energy, excitement of Changanuradi. Alapura is an area surrounded by water, so poet continues describing as vibrating at the tip of the current, that people put some sticks to know the waterfall speed. That stick's vibration is like his speed. Fry runs and plays in front of the den, so and so he travels, running as the dam opens. At such a speed, he travels with great velocity. The similes employed here also encapsulate the distinctive ecological characteristics of Alapura. It suggests that Adi's journey is to be absorbed in the running of fish near the fish trap. In this context, people draw similes from the nature they witnessed and environment that they inhabit, singing along with these natural elements. Beside being spiritual expression, this folk song elucidates the societal living system. the community's observation of nature and their interaction with it. In a war scene, poet narrates, the dagger that snapped in the chest sprouted from the ridge. The dew crawled like a black leech. Here, even the tearing of body and the movement of weapon are like an spouting. The metaphor offers poignant description of hardship associated with agriculture. In the story of heroes and legends, the narrative convey the tale of Veera Rasa. That means heroism, masculinity, and war. In its intriguing explore the expression of feminine nature within these legends. Similar to Chenganuradi, Paluvam also a woman well-versed martial arts. So Veerarasa is not only mentioned for men here. He Chenganuradi, that's the lines. He Chenganuradi looks back. Then he catches the dagger and aims the buckler. Chenganuradi scuttles high. She catches him with the great sickle and wings along with him, hook the beetle basket. From where did you learn this trick, Lady Paluam? I too studied in the same ring where the Malan has studied. They travelled, assisting each other, travelled to reach in front of the Chenganur house. In Chenganur, women undergo weapons training in the same colliery where Adi studied, and they are proficient in using them when necessary. Pandimel Achan and his disciples can only observe Paluam Pennu climbing in a karimbana. Karimbana is a big black tree. Eventually, Pandimel Achan requests Paluam Pennu to bring the Veerali Pattu she has tied on Karimbana. She brings it and presented to Pandimel Achan. Moreover, Kunyadi has gone to visit the woman Irumallur, to whom he was married, customary ceremony named Taligattu at his young age. The poem recounts that the Kunyadi reached there. She had gone for trade, rowing a boat. Kunyadi jumped into that boat. This illustrates women's roles as both fighters and traders. The song highlights the significant attributed to the labor of women inside the house, exemplified by the mother's preparation of making food. In the same social system, sharing ecological resources, engaging in the same profession, there is no need of ponder over gender equality between men and women. While mainstream literature during this period often overtly expressed patriarchy and supremacy, parallel to it, unique literary forms and ways of life were articulated in folk epics. Thus, this poem reflects not only the inequalities ingrained in the caste system, but also difference among women. As folk epic, the depiction of God in these narratives warrants special analysis. Chenganuradi calls upon God embarking the journey and preparing for battle. He is calling Chattore Poyore. Chattore means who is dead and Poyore means who is gone. That calling the ancestors. And he also paid homage to Guru and taught him weapons. In these folk epics, the gods are portrayed as the fathers and mothers who lived and died among us. Settling an example, the song establishes new value system where in the surrounding nature, the ecosystem, and those who live and die are all deemed important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. Finding that time and narrated the many many points as a lecturer, and in this forum you have given so much points, because I think here we are talking epics, no? Oral epics, but it is like literature epics. But I think you wanted to concentrate the time, want to give more points. So thank you very much for giving it. Want to discuss anything important in your paper reading? Yeah, 5 more minutes. The points which you have given, anybody wants to question her?
Yeah.
Because regarding the
is any
Kerala,
question, I
she collected so much points and informations. We'll have time to discuss, but if you want to say something.
Kerala, it's difficult to. The oral epic and folk epic in Kerala, you find it totally different. The marginalized people, as she told in that, the marginalized people who are suppressed, they will come as God. And the people who, the high people, dominating people, they will have to, like this, they have to give them pranam for them. Because that is the Kerala, that's a totally different culture where the low caste people will come again after the death, they will come again as goddess, and the high caste people have to respect them. So that's a resistance, you can find out that implication in her readings also.
Thank you.
They are murdered and
Yes.
then they become.
Sometimes they are murdered or some.
Deified.
Yes, they fight.
There are so many ballads in
Yes,
Tamil.
ballads like that.
Madurai Veeran.
Yes.
And Karthavarayan.
Yeah.
There are so many heroes, they belong to, maybe very low caste.
Low caste.
And they marry a higher caste, upper
Yes,
caste
yes.
woman. And
Then they are killed.
Yeah, then the story goes like that. At last,
killing.
yeah,
Yes, honor
he
killing.
will be killed. He will be killed. Like that, so many ballads are there. In that.
Yes.
Deification. Then, that is because of fear.
Yes.
Because of fear, this fellow, we have killed him, and the spirit will come
Yes.
and, harm us.
Actually,
That's
that
what
the strength of downtrodden people are coming again.
Yeah.
It is manifesting like that. In our Kerala, the Onam, there is this thing, Onam Mahabali the Vamana kicked him to the earth, and he again came as the Lord, and we are celebrating Onam to receive him like that.
See,
It is always there.
yeah, particularly in Karnataka, the epics, a community is called Yasagara. I don't know whether you find in, no. Yasagara means they put the dress of Rama, they become Rama. They go to
They themselves become a Rama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they go and they like Rama, they like Duryodhana, and yeah, Hanuman, and see, like
They are called in Telangana as
Bahurupi. Different.
the festivals coming year, they come into that attire, and people we give grain.
See, still they keep
Before Dasara, they come in some other way. Before Sankranti, they come like that.
Buduga Jangama. So still they are the people who are keeping our epics alive.
Different forms they are interpreting it. Different stories they are making out of it.
Okay. Now, shall I, may I present mine also, then we'll discuss it, like that? Shall I? Or you want to ask? After my, no? No. We have kept half an hour for discussion. Now, shall just shortly. Okay. You can ask also, yeah.
If there is time, the second part is only very important.
Yeah. Half an hour we kept it for discussion.
The time is over. We have only 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes.
After conclusion, we can.
Yeah. Now, I don't know,
Your remarks.
because those days we had very patient to listen our grandparents, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and they will ask us question, we have to answer. So that way in the childhood, no, they started telling story to us, and we practice. Like that. So now, being our tribe, no, I will tell one story of one thing. Then I will compare. Very ancient tribe, how they are relating to the gods and goddesses with example and like that. So just I may forget it because time is very important. That's why we can't tell everything. Yeah, I will tell one story which is in our community in Nilgiri. We say that is, I told you in my introduction, our first god is called Urn. So whenever we do puja, we say Urn, like that. That also with the milk. And the temple, we call it Palwash in our language. So language based and place based is our worshipping methods. So his name is, in the prayer, we call his name Kishem. Kishem may be Krishna, I think. Why? If I say, no, they talk, you are connecting with Hinduism. It's not so. So it's a Kishem, may be referring to the Krishna, because our life is a pastoralism. Pastoralism means we are taking the buffaloes and grazing. And we have only one instrument that is called flute. In our language, it's called puhori. In that puhori, we play the different musics, like how the birds are coming down. There are so many pots, and it's natural tunes. So only instrument is puhori. We don't have drums and all other musical instruments because we are being a pastoral tribe. And I came to know, somebody was telling, but I want to verify, Krishna had a special buffalo in the earlier, it seems. We know, everybody knows we are having cow. But this buffalo is entirely different. It came from the sun. Those horns are like a moon. The very curved horns, a special buffalo. Whenever we do ritual, we tap at the tail portion 3 times, like like that. So in that way, we do the worshipping method. So it's a basic method of worshipping. This is one thing. Then what happened, after Urn vanished, one instant, we couldn't wake the person who died. In Ramayana, Mahabharata, I heard the story, Lakshmana, we don't have the name in our community, Lakshmana, but that process, no, Lakshmana brought the Sranjeevi Mulikai, then on medicinal plant, and woke the person who died like that, no? Sorry, Hanuman brought the Sranjeevi Muligai and woke the Lakshmana. So that comes here, Siva's Godi. That means Jivan means life, no? Protecting the Jivan, that plant was brought by the Turkishi, and whoever dies, she wakes us up. So on that occasion, she had a baby and she got married to the peach. So when she had a baby, people thought, oh, she is impure. She cannot wake us up. And then when she came, after delivery, went to the one cave near that jungle, and after having a baby, she came to wake the up. A certain time is there to wake the person, otherwise that person will die. So when she came back, she saw some people were crying. Some people were, dancing happily like that. Then she was so angry, why they are doing like that? Why they are cried and why they are happily dancing, no? They say there's a meaning. People who cried, they are worried. Oh, in future, we are going to be becoming human being. So we have to suffer. They want to be godly, like forever. Those who are happily dancing, they say, oh, this powerful woman will lose her power. She can't wake the dead person because she's a woman at a delivery and she's impure. But being a goddess, she could have wake him up. But she got angry and thrown as a medicinal plant and in the golden pipe. It stuck in the mountain called Kash, Kolver. There's one mountain in Nilgiri. Even today, people say it's there. Being a lady, I can't go to the holy mountains. That stuck. Since then, people started dying. Not everywhere, yeah, some extents. Then since then, what happened? Then we all become human beings. Because she didn't wake us, no? The original God, Ern and Pugh's wife, Ern's wife, three of them vanished. And Ern told, why you did it? You should have a patient, no? Let them do. You should have waken up this man, one who died. We know the place where she came and where she woke up and all the evidence. That's how we study in the Nilgiri. Suppose if Europeans would not have come to our place, we would have been as it is. I wouldn't have been coming here and I couldn't compare with other people. We would have been pure as it is. Very, very jungly. Just not even 200 years. No? 200 years only after European came, fast changes came because they made our places hydraulic places. And so many things, they polluted our holy water, Ganga, Koliken and Kinetri river. We are doing a river worship and etc. So then goddess Takeshi took place, no? Promised to our father, I will take care of this world, this living world. You take care of the dead world. That is Immunor and Amunor. And that Amunor had vanished. Amunor in Nilgiri itself, where people say where you are coming from means, we say we are in Nilgiri only, we have evidence. Living world is where we live, and Amunnar is at the border of Kerala maybe. That mountain is called Temushkul. And we believe this one mountain is there, and it is in the shape of two hollows. One hollow goes the life of the buffalo, and other hollow life of the people goes and joins with the urn after death. And we follow the path where urn was going, how he went, which are the route, and we do the death rituals according to that urn told. So in this world, then Takeshi was taking care of. And she created more buffaloes, and she lived with us and told the customs and rituals, how to do with land-based culture. Then afterwards, what happened? Some avatars took place. Our Toda ancestors born as avatars. So in that, I will connect it. I will tell one story and connect it with Ramayana, Mahabharata. So Shem may be the Krishna thing. Then Lakshmana was woken up by the plant like Siranjeevi Mulige. That are two is linking with mainstream. And other one, no? Because I have to be very careful. And we say Rama was very happy to be in the jungle 14 years. Because he don't like the kingdom of the life. Okay. He don't like the kingdom of the life. He was happy when his father asked him to go to a jungle 14 years. Yeah? Free. Not only free. You get now we are in the prison, no? Like having a fan and all the artificial things. Yeah, we can't even see the sun, moon, everything, no? So Rama walked and get the affection of the tribal people. And another example, in one place, Sabri Mata was waiting for him to come, and she waited for a long time. Every day she picks the fruits, and they made one temple for Sabri Mata. So it shows how the tribal people gave love and affection to the Ramana. We don't call Ram God because we call Ramana. How I know, no? Because one of my elder lady, she's 90 years old. She says, and I was asking her one question. We do one ceremony, that is after pregnancy, 7 months pregnancy, we do a ceremony in the jungle. So in the jungle, what we do, when she is 7 months pregnant, those days, my mother's period, they start going to the jungle in the 6th month. Then till 7th month, they will be in the jungle. And husband cooks food for him, for her, and she has to be there. Next 7th month, new moon day, husband goes to the jungle and brings one particular plant, making as a bow, and one grass as a harrow. So she has to give this bow to the husband, wife. And at that time, somebody has to, mother-in-law, or she has to light the lamp in the stem of the particular tree, jungle tree. So in that tree, in front of the lamp, husband gives to the bow and arrow, that is imitation bow and arrow, not a real one, metal one, and gives to the wife and telling his clan bow name. There are 14 clans in our community, so each one should know the clan bow name. That's according to that only we become a Toda tribe. That time, wife asked the husband, which is your bow name? Then he tells according to the clan. If he is which clan, according to that he tells their name. Like that I also got in the jungle. So if they are intercaste married, they don't have bow name, then it will become non-Toda people like that. So it is like that. Then she I asked one elderly lady, ma'am, HR means party, grandma, why we are selecting particular plant as a bow? And she doesn't know Ramayana Mahabharata. She said, don't you know, when Ramana came to the jungle, and before that also, he gave his bow to the Sita through that bush. Because they don't want to face, no, because long separation, he gave his bow like this, no, instead of facing her, because he may cry, Ramana may cry. Gave his bow to the Sita, and Sita was having a child, no? Already she had a child, and proved Agni come across that Agni, and that child is him, and that's why we light the lamp in the tree. That's Agni, symbolic of the Agni. Then what happened? She took the bow from the Ramana, sitting the child in the lap. So that is a symbolic of Rama. Changing the mala, garland, and like a marriage, we don't do. My mother's period, before the mother's period, they used to give like that only. That evening, they don't come to the house. They will, that evening, they're together. They used to go to the jungle again near the tree. Others will come home, all the relatives. 7th month, yeah. It's not Valikapu also. Nothing to do with the Bangalore. Entirely clan confirmation. I know. No, we are not. This is not Valikapu also. Clan confirmation to the child. So that night, husband cooks food for the wife. They live, after long separation, they live together. It's a symbolic. Rama and Sita separated for a long time, no? That is one thing comes to my community. I mean, relating, how it is a ancient way of Ramayana was relating.
Are they living together? The husband and wife.
Yeah.
They live together.
Live together now, when she is a 6 months before, after becoming a wife, no? Marriage is very simple. Like, no, she has to come to the house. Husband goes to the wife's place and gives a token of money, like a respect, a new cloth for her, and getting blessing from the girl's side. They will come home. Then mother-in-law has to give the light, litten lamp, ghee lamp, to the daughter-in-law. She brings the brightness into the house. That is the marriage, okay? After marriage, whenever she becomes pregnant, maybe after 3 years or 1 year, when the first pregnancy, we are doing the clan giving ceremony in the jungle, not in the house. So that plant, we call it push door, because we make push means bow. Push door. Now, recently when we discussed, no, I was asking somebody, what is the original name of the push door? Then he said, yes, push door only. I said, because we are making a bow, it has become a push door. Otherwise, it must be some name. I wrote all the botanical names to preserve all those things, but sorry, I didn't remember now. So somebody told, it's a poof door. It's not a push door. Poof means that plant is a significance. The child, small insect grows inside the womb. So how our tribal people, they have, if you know the language, if you protect the language, we can find so many meaningful things. That's why we have to make a literary in each one Adivasi, and should give the valuable points to our India. Because we are the footprint of the India, old customs and all. So this one point I related with the Ramayana. Then second point, another point, then we talk about the Bhima. Bhima and Dharma, we call Dharma Dharmana. We always say, you be like giving things like a Dharmana. Always generous, giving to the people and all. And also we say, he created one fruit for us. It's called Tavatpum. Tavatpum means ilgova. And it has 5 fingertips in that fruit. So whenever we eat, we don't eat the finger of Dharma. We take it off, then we eat the flesh of that fruit. So in that way, we respect Dharma. Then I just took a reference because
The seeds are not good, for the stomach.
no, it gives good digestion, mom. You know the ilgova, tautupalam? No, it gives good digestion, we say.
Actually, in the Goa fruit, we take away that this thing, seeds.
No, mom, that seeds are very good.
Many people do that.
Maybe. But we believe that flesh is very good for digestion. If you have dysentery problem and all, it's a good medicinal plant. Medicine.
You will be eating.
Ilgova in English they say, we say tavatpum, Goa. Tavatpum means fruit. Guava. Small, no, not that one. We have a special one in Nilgiris. Small one. I may have the picture of a. Hill Goa means it is good. Hill Goa they say. Hill, no? Hill. Mountain. Hill Goa. G-O-V-A, Hill Goa. That's what they say, but maybe, I don't know exact name. I'll find. So, collected some other relative points. No? No, it's okay. That fruit, okay. Then one more point, because it's a good opportunity for me to do that like that. We'll go and Pandavas, and we have one place near our goddess Tekishi village, where the Pandavas came and played the traditional play, like tying the highs and hide and seek. We say konar kotit. So they say this place only they came and played. So we have the evidence which place they came and played. So that is one evidence. Then traditional say, how we are relating the mainstream God into our things, no? If we have maybe the different language, but some concept will be there. That's why we say. Another thing, no, the Pakashura Malai, Pakashuran. Pakashuran, what we say is a mountain god. Mm, mountain god. There is one mountain in our place. When we travel from Mettipalayam to Ooty, it's called mountain god. Mountain god. So Pakashuran also there, and that time maybe is good man in the ancient times. So we say Pakashura Mala is a mountain god. Okay, that.
In the family, if a child eats too much, then we call them
Yeah. So when he had a bad character, we are mentioning, but he is a good man that time, so we worship the mountain god as a Pakashura also. This mountain Pakashura was there. Korde means Kattu Devam. Korde. I'm just telling my own name, then only it is related to our thing. Korde means Pakashura was the Kattu Devam. In Tamil people they call it Pakashura Malai. So just I finished. I'm sorry, I've taken some time. I think I don't know. I'll just. No, Kadu mean. Yeah, thick forest. He is living in thick forest, Kadu. Then just one avatar, no. Our Toda man become avatar in our community. I say. I'll just read like her because I should not talk much. Pardon me?
Paper and conclusion, both.
Conclusion also. Sorry. I also keep time, no, because we need time for. No. Oral epics of a Kochain god. After the gods vanished, then Turkish god also vanished, giving all the systematic love, invisible. Then one ancestor born in the Mar clan, patriarchal clan. And he was, we have old system, no, like Munivar, saints system. We don't have, even today we don't have idols. So only worship with milk, offer the milk and call, evoke the god like that. So what happens, he was there and one day we migrate with the buffaloes. When we are migrating from east to west, the monsoon created mountain is there. So Contro created a monsoon for us. Those days our Nilagiri climate is very, very heavy. We can't say if it is raining is too much, winter is too much, everything is too much. So they migrate our buffaloes when grasses were dried up here, they go there. When they gone like that, he went along with one friend. He is a priest. We call it Polor. His name is Earth. They both of them gone there and they were crossing one river, Pulvar river, and he looked, Cochin looked at the river said, oh, what a clean water. I would like to have a spiritual bath in that river. And while he was having, his friend was waiting beside the bank of the river. After he had a bath, woman's hair, no, long hair, wrapped in his foot. Then he took that hair and measured with his sparrow, E.T., what do you call? Spare. So he always having the spare and he measured that hair of the woman, it is equal to his spare. Then he said, oh, what a woman, it's such a long hair must be, I would like to see. Then his friend warned him, please don't go. Then he said, no, let me see. He went up to the stream and he saw the goddess is having bath in that river. And he saw, Kochain saw this cloth, no? We call it nari. Nari means very shining of the goddess cloth. Then he thought, oh, she must be having bath. And he came back And that day night, his friend had gone to another village. He came to this village. I can say the village name also, Perraka. And he returned back to his village. When he was sleeping, he used to sleep in the white deer skin. But we say deer skin is not a non-vegetarian. Deer skin is vegetarian, we say. Maybe Shiva's cloth, I don't know why. And he slept on that deer skin. And next day morning, Arthan was coming. His friend came and asked, has he woken up from the sleep? And others told, no, there is only foam. Foam is there, his foam is there, and the white skin, and his silver ring is there. He disappeared. He is not here. Then Arthan understood. So I will do, please milk 7 vessels of bamboo vessels of milk and pour into the stream because he become a god. Please do that ritual and take that ring and worship every year. And when he died, no, it's a Friday must be. Every Friday you should take that ring and worship, wash in the river, holy river, and worship. So whole community is doing now and worshipping the pitli. Pitli means ring. Partit means prayer to that ring. So it's a holy object, keep in the house, not in the temple where he lived. So that way of worshipping we doing every year. Then what happened? And he so told that Arthan, his friend told, he must have gone to the sun god place. That's Naran Dev. He must have gone to the Naran Dev with the goddess. So you worship him. And he also gone to that direction. And 3 of them are mountains now in near the Attapadi village. It's called Mallishwara temple by the other people. We call the Kwatan Tekush. Once I had an opportunity to go there. We had a Forest Right Act meeting. That time people are telling, oh, you are at Toda, do you see that mountain? I said, where is that mountain? Because I am scared, because it's very divine mountain. Ladies are not supposed to go. Men used to pray and take the coin every year and with very strict viradam. And then only they go up. So I said, where it is? Then I have been to the near that place. They had in the bottom of the mountain, they have a temple for Shiva Parvati. Shiva Parvati temple, not in the exact mountain. So from there I saw that mountain. Looking towards the mountain, we used to worship. It's not necessary to go up to the mountain and do the rituals and all. Looking towards the mountain, it gives a spiritual feeling. We should not point out like that. We should say like that. That is the way of our worshipping. Then once in a year, Kurba people, Poni. It's called Poni. The Poni means God living place. Poni, the Kurma people are lighting the fire once in a year. Other tribe called Kurma, Jainu Kurmas. Jainu Kurmas. They worship by lighting the fire in the Shivaratri. So I linked my story with mainstream and I tried to tell my own story. Thank you very much for listening patiently. Thank you. My English is worst, but I don't know what to do. Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, please.
5 minutes,
Yeah,
wind up,
Kendra.
wind up. The second part we can.
Okay.
See, in the second part, that is very important. That is oral epics of Tamil Nadu today. And
Yeah, you
in
didn't
that,
complete.
Actually, the Tamil ballads can be broadly classified into 4 divisions, namely mythical, historical, social, and folk epics. So, in mythical ballads, we have the ballads on minor deities. And I told you about that Kanyakumari district. In Kanyakumari district and in Tirunelveli district, there are so many minor temples. The deities, they have that story. A particular Somandi, it's a deity. Somandi Kadai means story, Katha, story. So that will be sung in as Villupattu. So in Tirunelveli and Kanyakumari, this is very special for those districts. So many, deities are like that. Muttaramman Kadai, Perumal Sami Kadai, Neelan Sami Kadai, and so on. And then historical ballads, you have, there's so many historical ballads, that is, these ballads really help us to know that the hidden history, actually the history which has been written by the scholars or even Britishers and all those people. But the ballads, the historical ballads tell us something which is hidden, actually that is among the people, those ballads are there. So they say the truth, that's what we believe. The great scholar D.D. Kosambi and some people like that, some scholars, that's why they insist on historical ballads. So, and social ballads, another important section. Social ballads that deal with social problems as conflict between two communities or classes, extended family system, and so on, are called social ballads. And so many, ballads are there. And Muthupattan, just one example. Muthupattan is a Brahmin. Pattan is a Brahmin. And he marries two Chakliya cobbler girls. And, the story goes on like that. Then he is killed. Always, that's very pathetic end will be there. In most of the social ballads, social epics, folk epics we can call are ballads. So the hero, or sometimes the heroine, sometimes both the hero and heroine will be killed. There is one Banama Malai, maybe you might have heard of that name. He was a very, very great scholar, and he has written an article, very, very famous article, in Tamil, of course, Soga Mudivugal. Sogam means
Sad.
Tragic, sad. So tragic ending in ballads, in folk epics. And folk epics, the kind of narrative poetry is the product of the creativity and imagination of the people who add color to the two national epics, namely Mahabharata and Ramayana, by creating regional characters. I think somebody, Malesh, you told about this. Yeah, that is regional characters, Actually, Arjuna will be there. But the heroine, heroine is our own Tamil girl. There are so many girls like that, because already there is a license, Arjuna marries so many girls. Aathu manala ennala, ana Arjuna wife enna mudiyadhu. Aathu manal means, the river
We can
bed.
count the
You
sands.
can count the sand, but you can't count the number of voices of Arjuna. So these people they took it into account. Then they have imagined, so many this thing. Alli Arsani Malai, Pavalakodi Malai, Minnoliyal Puram, Ponnuruvi Masakkai, Yeni Yetram, so on like that, so many this thing. All these are, Pavalakodi is one of the wives, Tamil wives, just underline. Pavalakodi, Alli is a very famous wife. She's the queen, and she doesn't accept any male chauvinism at all. But at last, she is compelled to marry Arjuna. So this Alli, Pavlakodi, so many. And then, so this is very interesting, like, maybe, I don't know whether you have heard of Mail Ravanan Kadai. Mail Ravanan, Peacock Ravan. But actually, Ravana is Ravana is related, this Mail Ravanan is related to the real Ravana. But this Mail Ravana, Sita is so brave, and Sita kills Mail Ravana. So that is, Sita is shown as a very big, bold, brave, yes. And she says, she tells, Rama, you should not help me. Don't help me. I will go and kill him. That's what, very opposite to the character of the written epic. Yes, original Ramayana, how she is shown, But here, very brave, very bold lady. And she says, everybody just see how I am a warrior there, and how I am going to kill that Ravana. So all this, really something, goosebumps where we have. So, here, in Ravana, there are so many Ramayans in Tamil, and so many episodes also. Hanuman goes to Sri Lanka, and he doesn't know who is Sita. There are two Sita, two ladies look alike. They look alike. Because, Mandodari is Ravana's wife. And Sita is somebody. But both of them are so beautiful. But, Mandodari, actually, Sita is Ravana's daughter. That's right. So, Hanuman, then how he concludes, he comes to a conclusion that this one, Mandodari, has that saliva is coming when she's sleeping. But Sita doesn't have that. So this is, being an Asura woman, she has that saliva. So he concludes, so this is Sita. Then only he goes there. There are so many stories, small stories. And this Mail Ravana and all that, they are big, big ballads. What I said, there is a small story, but this Mail Ravanan Kadai, and there are so many stories, relating to Ramayana. They are big epics, and that they are all, very, they are all appreciated by big scholars, and everybody knows now. They are very. And already I told you, Nanjil Nadu actually, or Nanjil Nadu is the old name, but actually Kanyakumari district and Tirunelveli district. And there, yesterday also I told you, and today also I just wanted to tell, Villupattu, she said Villadichan Pattu, both are same. Villadichan Pattu and Villupattu, there is a big bow, yeah, and then there are so many bells will be tied up, and with, it's called Visu Kol, like, the Kolatam, have you seen? With that, the singer would be singing, and yeah, stick only. With that, on the string, the performer would be just hitting. Yeah. And there will be a troupe of 5 or 6 people, and it would be a very, very interesting show. The performance would be very interesting, and they, 500, more than 500, more than 500 ballads, epics we have. More than 5, I don't know how many. One boy is not boy. In Villupattu. Villupattu, but actually, no, Villupattu performer, they may not know all, but there are more than 5, I think 500. Yeah. Not only Ramayana, Mahabharata, there are so many folk epics. Already I told you that what's it? Minor deities, katha, all the kathas. So these are all Villupat. And
They call it minor deity, when we translate our actual words into English, total meaning changes. Because in our I have come across that Dr. Emino's book. He was the one wrote about our thing 200 years before. I'm really thankful to you. Somehow he got records, reference and all. But when they translated, it's very difficult to translate. They called all our ancestor gods as a heroes. And our temple, they could have written in Hindu's temple, mosque, church, like that. Our temples, we called diary. So diary, what do you mean by diary? Why you call the diary? Because we are milking and keeping the milk pots and everything. But it's a holy milk. It doesn't think. It doesn't think. It's translated.
Blame for the limitations of their understanding.
but there is some reason, I'll say.
Right. So I say it's a padvash. It's not a diary. So that minor gods, they are not minor gods. They are ancestors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Local gods.
Yeah,
we
local
can call.
deities.
Local deities, better.
Yeah. Yes.
Village,
Because these
village god. Can we call village
I'll
god?
tell
No.
you, these people lived 200 years back, and they were killed, or maybe suicide or something. So this and there are so many. I mean,
Paper, yeah.
Yeah, give me one of everybody. Thank you.
yeah, only that
He wants to ask some questions, He leaves some questions.
Do you have any questions? Yeah, you can.
Because strengths our, very limited.
I just afraid no time now for my questions, but thank you very much. I was listening carefully from the very beginning. It was a very nice session, very interesting. I'm Svetlana Rezhakova from Russia, from Moscow, and from Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology, Russian Academy of Science. So I did a study on Daivaradhane and Tulunadu. If you want, now no time, but I can share you the YouTube link, because I did a documentary, like 8 chapters, quite big film on Daivaradhane, Kola, Tulunadu. So I did a study. Last more than 10 years, I'm just staying there and documenting of the all, Pardhan. So several, there are many things to discuss. Actually, you touched the very huge subject of translation, of interpretation. Actually, there is one more session is going in about the predicaments of translations. It's a huge subject. I think we can't cover it in 1 minute or something. You see, we can't really blame English, because this is the medium of communication. At least now we speak. English is not my language as well, not my mother tongue.
You have all your episodes available on YouTube?
Yes. I put all my films, these 8 chapters. It's called Tulunadu, Daivaradhane, traditional, ritualistic theater of Tulunadu. 2 questions, very short questions I have to you. So one is the very essential things is the plant references. All of you were referred to some kind of myths about stories about the plants. Is any information about the pumpkin, about the gourd, a bottle gourd? It's very interesting, because it must be of Umunda origin. One of my dear friends, she's doing nowadays the study of the bitter gourd traditions, and transferring it from the Munda speaking area. But she she founded a much more thick level, even up to today's Pakistan. So it possibly that Munda substrate is much more broader and much more thicker than we were thinking before, you see. So not only the western part of India, but even central part, even up to Rajasthan, it could be there. This is one thing. And the story of, like a story of emerging of the earth out of gourd, bitter gourd, is very essential in this case. The question I have, the second question is about the changing. Oral epic is always about the meeting point of a storyteller, a story listeners, you see, the audience, and also the patrons. So somehow the very three different segments are here. So what are you feeling? What are your experience? How it's been changed last maybe 30, 40 years? Because nowadays everything has been changing. For example, like Bhutaradhana, like Kola, since recently it was open. They never restricted in watching of some people. It's always bialatta, it's for everyone. Even insects could come and listen, There is never, it was totally inclusive in sense of spectatorship. It was exclusive in sense of rituals. So suppose they cannot take any small things out of the rituals. My dear friend, he is medium, Dayananda Katalsar, he never showed me any single step of Bhuta dance apart from the ritual. He said, how can I show you? I'm not able to show you because there is no time and place of the ritual. So it's highly contextual best. So only in that place, in that time, everything could happen. But if I happen to come to this place, I can shoot, I can take photo, no problem, no restrictions, but not outside of the ritual. Any small things could be taken. But nowadays, the books are being edited. Kantara film is there. So the popularity and the usages, of the whatever is oral epics, quite oftenly it's religious based or rituals based. So what is your feeling? How it's been changing your traditions what you worked with? So this is very small. How I understand it's a huge subject, but maybe some glimpses of feeling you can give me. What about the today's changing?
It's a very big. You told the short question, small question. It's a very big question, and it is the test of the time. Okay, so today we are in a era that where the DJ, okay, and the media, which is very fastly growing, and gradually the storytellers and the story listeners, their perception is changed, totally changed. And I'm very nearly observing everything, whatever you narrated, and it is almost vanishing. I think some people who know all these things, after certain time, there may be dearth, or there may be no people who can narrate, who can enact, or who can even Bhuta Kola also. After certain time, it may be stopped. No, now, no, that mm, performance maybe you find, but about behind that, the narrator, the storyteller, they may not be there. That is the what we call the worry of we are much worried about that. So after certain time, people who know all these stories and all, they never pass this to the other generation. That gap is there. After Vasumali, I don't know who will tell the story of Toda community, because it's very small community. So my community people are there from north, east, west, south. Everywhere you find Banjaras. They scattered across the world, even in Russia, even in Romania. Yeah, gypsy, gypsy.
Even many people, sir.
Gypsy. Lambadi, Lambada, Lamani. Yeah, gypsies. Even gypsies are our brothers. Entire world, they are our brothers. So, in that way, some people are there at least. But I'm worried about
Not like that,
Vasumali.
sir. Because
So,
even
because,
you are 10,000,
see what?
people may not follow. Even our 1,000 people, 500 people are following.
Yeah, but they have to keep that tradition, no? That's yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll go. Thank you. It's a nice question. Okay.
The bottle
Yeah,
gold, I will tell you later.
yeah. You have to host and you have to invite.
Is there any
Udakamandal.
bottle goat?
Butter goat, yeah.
Yeah, we can discuss that over the lunch. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everybody.
This will become
Homely feeling
extinct.
and valuable
Yeah, that's what. Culture is,
The other one. Other one, yes.
global culture is.
it's a thank you so much. It is it's very formal and also informal, lively discussion. I am very much thankful to Sahitya Academy for giving the opportunity to bring the very precious point into the forum. Thank you so much.
And with that, we conclude our fourth session of the seminar and extend our sincere thank you to the esteemed chair and the speakers for your invaluable contributions. We heard some lovely stories from our oral traditions and we drew some parallels as well. Had a great time. So, but now it's time to break for lunch. We'll reconvene with our fifth session at 2:30. Thank you, everyone. So we all can gather here for a group picture on the backdrop, and then we can leave for lunch.
I got it, no? In the first session I had tribal poetry.
So इसमें डायरेक्टरी है ना? Yes, डायरेक्टरी है. Directory.
already had a fruitful session in the morning wherein we delved into our rich oral tradition. We heard some lovely stories and we drew parallels as well. And that session was for about 3 hours. And now we'll continue the momentum and we'll start our fifth session, which is being presided over by M. Sadanand Singh ji. Please welcome him. I would like to introduce him. M. Sadanand Singh holds a PhD in Manipuri theatre. He works in the field of mime non-verbal theatre since 1978. Okay. So, sir, I would like you to share a little about yourself over the mic.
Please, I will share.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I have sent to the Scientific Academy.
I'm Jayashree. So while we have the chair with us, yes, the other one, press the other button, yes.
This one.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is M. Sadanand Singh. I work as assistant professor in the Department of Manipuri, Dhanamanjuri University. I am a folklorist, and for the past 20 years, I have been in the field of performing Hindu epics in Manipur.
Wow.
And basically, I am from folklore background, Manipuri literature and folklore background. So it is indeed a great pleasure, and I'm honored and privileged to be a part of these sessions. And thank you very much to the Scientific Academy. So today we have 3 paper presenters. Am I right?
Yeah, I'll introduce them now.
Okay. You please.
Yeah, I'll introduce them now. Thank you so much, sir. And now it's my pleasure to invite our esteemed scholars and introduce them. First, I'll begin with Shri Dilip Kumar Kalita ji. Very warm welcome. He is the director and editor of Anundoram Buraha Institute of Language, Art and Culture, Guwahati, Assam. He has 11 books to his credit and more than 40 papers and research articles published in various journals and books. He is a recipient of Joy Singh Hansey Award. He is a member, joint secretary and EC of many prestigious organizations. Very warm welcome, sir. Thank you for being here today. Now I must introduce our next speaker, Dr. Irom Robindra Singh. He is an assistant professor, Department of English, Manipur University of Culture, Imphal. He has also served as Chief Resource Person of Language Documentation under the Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore. He presented and published research papers on Manipuri language and literature at the regional, national and international reputed journals, while he wrote books on literature and culture. With great pleasure, we welcome you here, sir. Dr. Baisali Hui hasn't arrived yet, so once she comes here, we'll have her take a seat and we'll introduce her formally. Now I request our esteemed chair to take the reins and guide us through the session and moderate it.
Okay. So today, I'm very happy that I have the chance to meet my guru, Professor Dilip Kalita, after 9 years. And he is a man of English literature and a man of Indian folklore scholarship. So it is a great pleasure for us and very, very fortunate for all of us that we would be listening to him about Indian epic traditions. So far, I don't get the title of your paper, sir, but you please introduce yourself. And by taking advantage of these sessions, I would like to put some point on the table to discuss. That is, when I heard about this seminar, I was expecting a paper to present in the in this seminar, but Sahityā Academy is very kind enough that I have been given this opportunity to share this session, and my guru is also here. He is presenting a paper in this session. So I would like to invite my guru, Professor Dilip Kolita, to present your paper. Yeah, Bill, please, sir.
It's a proud privilege for me to present my paper under the chairmanship of Sadananda, whom I know for the last 20 years. He is in Manipur University and I was in Guwahati, but we met off and on, and he is a very sound scholar, and he has worked in the field of Manipuri folklore and literature for quite some time. His senior colleagues and gurus, Mani Maite and Sanatombi, they are also very close to me. It's really a proud moment for me that my student is now chairing and I am presenting the paper. Now, the name of this hall is SANKARADEVA SABHAGAR. In Assamese, it is pronounced as Hobhaghar. Hobha, okay. Shankaradeva had one disciple. His name was Madhavadeva. Madhavadeva was a very able disciple of Sankaradeva and who expanded the Sankaradeva school of Vaishnavism, music, literature, performing arts, everything to a greater height. And Sankaradeva one day praised him and said, addressed him as Borharpu. Borharpu means the son who has outgrown. So you have outgrown me. I am so proud of you. So I am in the hall named after Sankaradeva, who had praised his disciple for excelling in his field, and now I have the chance of praising Sadananda in the same manner. So I was asked to present a paper on the mythical epics of Assam. The title was very long, that was sent to me, but I always prefer crisp and short titles, so I have kept it only the mythical epics of Assam. Sorry, the mythical tribal epics. I will not take the non-tribal ones. So I have 20 minutes, no? Yeah. I have already spent 2-3 minutes, perhaps. So I'll be given 90 minutes, and you have 30 minutes. Okay. 30. Only 3 of us. If she comes, then we'll be having less time. Anyway. Yeah, if she comes, then okay. We'll accommodate her. Okay. So in Assam, the tradition of epics is very old. And in fact, the Ramayana was translated into Assamese by Madhava Kandali as the second translation into any Indian languages. The first being the Kamba Ramayana in Tamil, and after that the second translation into a modern Indian language was in Assamese by Madhav Kandali. And his Ramayana, which was in manuscript form in Sachi bark. We have a tree called the Equilaria agalocha, which is known as the agar tree, from which we get the perfume agar. So the bark of the tree is processed in such a manner that it looks like paper. It's almost like a paper. It's very thin, and anything can be written on it, and it has a life of more than 150 years. So in Assam, there used to be a tradition of writing of manuscripts. There were people who used to go on copying older manuscripts, because after 150 years, the old manuscript will be destroyed. If we don't copy it, then it will be lost. So we have a particular community engaged by the king of Assam at that time, the Ahom king, who were termed as Kakoti. The Kakotis were engaged in copying the old manuscripts, and though it was believed that the life of a Sachi bark manuscript, in Assamese it is called Hasipat, though it is expected the life to be of 150 years, we have manuscripts which are more than 250 years old. And there are some manuscripts which are more than 500 years, but they are in very dilapidated conditions. We have the History and Antiquarian Studies Department of the Government of Assam, where all these things are preserved, and these are some of them are preserved in different libraries, including the Guwahati University Library. Now, when manuscript mission was conducted by the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, all these manuscripts were digitized, and now we at least can be sure that the text will not perish, and the format of the manuscript in the original form is digitized, and it is going to be preserved for times to come. Now, why I have mentioned the history of these manuscripts is that we have the epic tradition, now I don't prefer the term great tradition and little tradition. I don't prefer it, but even then, sometimes we use it. If we consider this to be the great tradition, that is the tradition of the mainland India, which is continuing in Assam, then we have that tradition in which we have the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the different Upanishads and Vedas all translated or transcreated or written down in Sanskrit in Assam. Now that tradition is there, so we have these great epics in Assam in various forms. They are written down in Sachi bark also, and this Ramayana is translated as well as is in Sanskrit. They are all available. So people are mostly concerned with this tradition. But what I have noticed is that among the tribal people, we have only the oral tradition. There was no written tradition. In one of my earlier visits to Sahitya Academy, I had mentioned about one of my field trips where I was not allowed to write down what the tribal singer was singing because it was a taboo. They regarded writing as a taboo. That is one thing. The other thing is that they did not have the tradition of writing. Most of the tribes, they did not have their scripts. They had everything in their oral tradition. Among the tribes, the Khamti tribe had the tradition of writing, and they had their script. It was similar to the old Manipuri script. Some kind of similarity is there. I have not done any study, of course, but it looks similar. So apart from the Khamtis, all the other tribes did not write down their oral literature. It was handed down from generation to generation by oral and oral method. Oral is very important because unless you hear, how will you remember it? Though we call it oral tradition, I think it is more justified to be called an oral tradition. You cannot create unless you listen to it. So our forefathers and the tribal singers, I call them singers. Here I would like to mention about one particular scholar, Albert B. Lord. You are familiar with it. Albert B. Lord, while studying folklore, he had written a book called The Singer of the Tales, and wherein he said that when a oral narrative is presented or handed down, they cannot remember it line by line or word by word by memorizing. What they do is they have a formula in their mind, they have the content in their mind, and by applying the formula, they go on creating the concept in a narrative. So every performance is a new performance. The performance theorists say that every performance is a new performance, and that is, I believe, is true to a great extent. Because among these tribal people, they were illiterates, and I have noticed that while presenting a particular tale or a ballad or a myth, they never just performed in ditto. It is not a Xerox copy of the earlier performance. It is a transcreation every time. They use their own creative abilities, and sometimes they deviate also from the original. And depending upon the performer, depending upon the singer and his acumen, the narrative takes its own shape. So if you record a narrative from one singer, you will get one version of it, and you record from hundreds of singers, you will not get one song, but you will get 100 versions. So my first book was on that. I tried to work on a myth of the father of music of a tribal community, the Karbis, whose name was Rangsina. I recorded some 11 versions, all were different, and in some cases the storyline also was different. Just like the Ramayana. We have so many Ramayanas. Eric Blockman, no? So her book, The Many Ramayanas, has recorded that there are more than 300 versions of the Ramayana. And that is true. In Manipur, we have a version of the Ramayana, maybe 2, 3, or 4 versions of the Ramayana. And in Assam, we have a few versions. We have the Khamti Ramayana, we have the Karbi Ramayana, we have the Madhav Kandoli Ramayana. So all these Ramayanas have certain things in different. In case of the Karbi Ramayana, what has happened? It is a transcreation. After Madhav Kandoli translated it into Assamese, it became a narrative for singing. It was in verse. Madhav Kandoli Ramayana was in verse, and it was sung. The presentation was in singing. In Assamese, it is called Puthi Porha. Now, Puthi Porha is the reading of the holy book. When you read the holy book, you don't simply read like prose. You read it in tune. You have the refrain, and then you have the stanzas. The refrain is always the same, in the same tune. It is just like a song. And the stanzas are in different tunes, and the refrain is in different tune, and there are breaks in between wherein the performer, he or she explains the text. While explaining, every performer has different interpretations. We have different interpretations in different areas, and different interpretations by different performers in the same area also. So in this way, we have this tradition of singing of the epic Ramayana. And Madhav Kandoli's Ramayana is in verse, and it was published by many publishers from Guwahati. So we have the tradition of singing the kirtan of Mahapurush Srimanta Sankaradeva. Sankaradeva's kirtan is a book which is in verse, and it is sung in the satras and namghars, the monasteries of the Vaishnava tradition. So in the same way, this Madhav Kandoli's Ramayana was also sung, and our tribal people in and around Guwahati or Assam came across it, and they recreated it in their own languages. And in the same way, the Karbi Ramayana also was created by the Karbi singer. Now, I'm emphasizing on this word singer because it has a great importance in certain cultures, particularly among the Karbis. I'll be emphasizing on the Karbi culture, Karbi tribe. So in their tribe, they call the singer Lunse. Lunse is just like one of the ministers of the king. Lunse is very powerful. He is not merely powerful, he is revered. He is honored by the people, local people. Whenever he begins singing or he performs singing, he is first offered some obeisance and some gifts and drinks. Now, liquor is a traditional drink of the tribal people, not only in Assam, in the whole of Northeast, and it is a mark of respect. As a mark of respect, the drink is offered, and the Lunse is given the first offering of drink, and after he drinks, then the other people can drink, and after that, he starts singing. And in between singing, the people go on drinking also, and he also sings in drinks in intervals, and in this way, he elevates the atmosphere of the congregation to a different height by his singing, and the involvement of the people are with him, like uh, just as if they are also singing. They share it, and in some cases, the audience also weep whenever the singer weeps. In some cases, the audience also laugh in glee when the singer laughs. So it depends upon the nature of the singer, how he presents. There are some performers who involve the audience, who make some comic gestures also, who present in a comic manner also, and there are some who speak in a very, very sober manner, who sing in a very sober manner. So in this way, the people are involved, and the Ramayana was also recreated by this singer through his formula. He heard the story and recreated it through the formula, and the formula was not any alien formula, but the formula of the tribe itself. Now, among the Karbi tribes, they have a particular format of singing. There is a rhyme scheme. The rhyme scheme is not like any other poems or any other poems of any other language. It is their own style, and their rhyme means from A to Z, it will be a single rhyme. The last syllable will rhyme from A to Z. If it is a 1000 long poem, 1000 line long poem, all the ending words will be of the same syllable. It will be, if it is, now there are some names. I will just read out some names. And the presentation is also slightly different from the other singings. I will tell about that also. Well, now, the uniformity in the rhyme is last word of the first line, which is meaningless. The last word of the first line is a meaningless word. It has no meaning, but it is placed only for the sake of the pronunciation. Yeah. Then, and the word which is placed at the end of the first line is the name of the rhyme. Such words are kumpak. If the word is kumpak, then all the lines will end as ak, bak, kak, like that. Sorry. सुनीता जी, मैं हॉल के अंदर हूँ, प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ.
सर कौन से हॉल में?
हाँ, ये शंकर देवा.
सर मैं आ रही हूँ.
अच्छा अच्छा. So, हाँ. So actually there are some familiar sounds. Sometimes it is consonant sound, while sometimes it is the vowel sound. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. मेरा जाने का इंतजाम हो गया, नहीं होने से इधर ही रुक जाते. So the names of these rhymes are Kumpak, Ahei, Parlar, Khadur, Iklik, Chithen, Chiteng, Chehu, Chihu, Etlet, Sengdok, Hoidoi, Chamdir, Mandung, Tampe, Lori, Rangno, Senglong, Wansan, Khadut, Mahin, Jaba, etc. So these words are meaningless. They don't have any meaning in the language. When we have also prepared the Karbi language dictionary from my institute. You can find it in your mobile phone also. If you type Karbi dictionary in Google, our dictionary will come out, the online dictionary. So if you type any of these words there, it will be written that this is an unmeaning word used as a name of a rhyme. So it's like that.
How they insert in the text?
In the text. Now I'll give you an example. It is I'll show you. So I'll just read out. Nang julang lang the, la somindar nang ne. That means all the endings will be a. Ne cholo ve ive, e chojor kam e, bang damsar kaboche, bong chin pu ka ve. All will be a. Now, when a singer wants to sing it in a different rhyme, he can sing it. Then he will say, for example, he begins with ang. Then he will nang julang lam thang la somindar nang nam. In this way, he will change the rhyme, and it won't become unmeaning. This also has meaning. When this syllable is used, instead of say a, if we used ang, then also there is meaning. This is a meaning. This is a word having meaning. So the meaning of the text will remain the same almost. But it is not always possible. Only the expert singers, they can use it. And they will change certain words. They will change the words so as to retain the meaning. So that can be done by expert, adept singers. So in this way, they do it. And after that, the whole narrative will be in this way presented in one rhyme, and it will, in case of the Ramayana also, they have used the same technique. They have started composing it in their own pattern using this rhyme scheme, and the singing style is also slightly different. In case of the Finno-Ugric songs, we have a kind of, no, not merely the Kalevala, we have some other songs also which are sung in a style called throat singing. In throat singing, what we do, we give a pressure on the throat. In this way, we pressurize and the song is sung. The song is not sung in a very mellow or in a very romantic way. It is sung with a pressure, like that. So in Manipuri also we have that type of performances. So these songs are, the Ramayana is also sung in that manner, and the style will be, the rhyme scheme will be the Karbi rhyme scheme, and the contexts also will be, the backgrounds also will be Karbi. Sita is not wearing saris, she is wearing the Karbi dress which is called Pekok, Wamkok and Pini. She'll be wearing that. She'll be going to the field, jhum field. They do the jhum cultivation, slash and burn method in one, from different hillocks, one hillock to another. So Sita goes to the hillock and takes lunch packed in these leaves for her father. So in this way, the whole atmosphere is Karbi. If somebody is not familiar with the Ramayana, then he or she will definitely think that this is a Karbi narrative, Karbi tale, Karbi context, Karbi story, everything Karbi. So it is in Karbi garb, not merely the dresses. Then the locations, we don't have these locations described in the Ramayana. The locations are all in and around Karbi Anglong. If somebody's head is chopped off, it is not thrown away to Lanka. It is thrown in a particular hillock of that locality. So in this way, the epics, the Indian epics are absorbed in among different communities and put on different garbs of their own culture. It has become a culture-specific syndrome after that. But apart from them, there are some mythical tales or rhymes or songs which are present among these communities. And among the Karbis, I would like to mention about one song called the Hai-i-Alun. Hai-i-Alun is a song which is pitched against the historical time, maybe some 300-400 years or 500 years ago. But then it is sung in such a manner and believed in such a manner and given a connection of the protagonist from this world to that world that it has reached this stature of a myth. Here the particular protagonist is a lady. Her name is Hai-i, and she was beautiful and was in love with a young boy of the village, but the king takes her away as a part of a conspiracy of a vendor who wanted to take advantage of her, but she was a very loyal lady to her husband and he did not get any consideration. After that, he came to the king and said that in such and such village there is a lady who is so beautiful, she is worthy of becoming only your queen. So you should make her queen. The king was also moved and he brought her, and ultimately there was a tragic end finally. And in the tragic end she dies, and after her death she becomes the goddess of the weather. She goes to the skies, and the Karbi people propitiate her on a particular day in the spring season. Just in the advent of the spring, she is propitiated with the ballad, which I like to call it a mythical ballad, because there is the relationship between this world and that world, though it is in historical times. So the kingdom of the Karbis is in the middle part of Assam, and its headquarters, the capital of this kingdom was in Ronghang Rongbong. Ronghang Rongbong is a place in the western Karbi Anglong hills. Now it is a different district, of course. And the king's village, in the king's village, you see everything same as the other villages. All the villages in Karbi Anglong are same. They have the same pattern of housing, the same pattern of the granaries, the same platforms on which the houses are built, stilted houses. Then the pigs are reared below them. Then they have dogs in almost every family. Then they rear poultry. All these are same. Even the king's house has all this. They rear it. The king is still there. The traditional king is still there. And the people have great respect for the traditional king, though he has no political power, yet he has a great social power. And people have great respect for him. And this particular song, the Hai-i-Alun, is first presented in this particular village, Ronghang Rongbong, the capital of the Karbi kingdom, in the beginning of spring. And the particular priest, the royal priest, he is called the Kathar Bura, and he performs this singing for the first time. and the rest of the Longris, the rest of the places of Karbi Anglong, they have divided it into different geographical zones called Longri. So all the Longris can sing this song only after the performance of the Katharbura in the capital. So he sings it by observing certain rituals. He offers a puja by sacrificing a hen, offering drinks, and uttering certain mantras in the Karbi language. These are all parts of the performance, the ballad singing, the myth singing. So after that, the other people can sing. Now this is a mythical ballad. Since I was to talk on the tribal myths of Assam, I think we can consider this also under this head. Now, apart from this, we have the creation myths of all the communities have their own creation myths. According to the creation myths, these creation myths are totally different from the traditional Hindu, Christian or Mohammedan creation myths. No tribal was created by Manu. No tribal was created by the God the Father, Adam and Eve. They have their own explanations. In the Karbi myth, which is called the Karbi Keplang, Keplang is the birth of. Keplang means the birth of. They have different songs by this name. Karbi Keplang, Lunse Keplang, Bong Keplang, Thap Keplang, all these are different objects. Lunse Keplang is the birth of the singer. Now, in terms of folklore, it can be called a meta-folklore. Then that means the song about a song. This is the song about a song, wherein the song says how songs came into being. For bringing in the songs, it had to bring in the singer. The singer is the Lunse. He came from heaven. He came from heaven and he started teaching two of its disciples here in art, and they were of the Karbi tribe, and they were ignorant and they were totally unaware of anything. They used to live in a very dirty way. They were not clean. So the Rangsina was the name of the person who came from the heavens to teach them singing. So he started teaching them how to sing, and they in turn taught the other people of the Karbis, generation after generation, how to sing and what to sing. So this is the
third presenter hasn't come yet.
okay. 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 So how?
You have time, sir.
Okay.
10 minutes.
So 10 minutes. Okay. I'll wind up in 10 minutes then. So in this way, this is also again a mythical song where the singer is born, the singer comes into being, and they sing it with great reverence. And I worked on this song in 1982, and I wrote a small book. At the time I was a student of MA, and I was totally immature. But then what I did, I still remember very fondly, and through that I came in touch with the other genres of their oral literature. Then there is another song called the Masira Kohir. Masira Kohir and Karbi Keplang, they are almost similar. That is the birth of the Karbis, the creation of the Karbis. Karbi Keplang means the birth of Karbis. Masira Kohir again is unmeaning word. Masira Kohir has no meaning, but in that particular song, the birth of the Karbis is shown, and it is a slightly different version. So here what happens, and Wo Plak Pi is the name of a bird. And we don't have any equivalent in other languages. Some try to call it a peahen, but in our locality, in Assam, peahens are rare. Peacock is a rare bird there. So it might not be the peahen, but it is the bird which lays 7 eggs according to one person, 1000 eggs according to another person, then 100 eggs according to some other person. In this way, there is a difference of the number of eggs, but the bird lays eggs. And out of the eggs, different communities within the vicinity, within the locality where the Karbi people are living, all the communities are born of one egg each. The Nagas were born from one egg, then the Assamese were born from one egg, Karbis were born from one egg, Dimasas were born from one egg. In this way, all the communities were hatched out from those eggs, and that is the world view they have. So that is the creation of the tribe in this way. That is also a very long song actually, and here also actually it is something like shamanism. When the singer goes on singing, he at times he enters almost into trance. He is so involved, and moreover we have these drinks. Along with the drinks, the singing goes on. Therefore, if we start drinking, then we also go into trance, not to talk of the singer. So he is so involved that he almost goes into trance, and along with him, the whole audience who are sitting and listening to him for days together. They go on singing the song for days. In case of the Sabin alone, the Ramayana, it is said that it has to be sung for 7 days. It should not be sung for less than 7 days, and day in and day out. So in case of these other songs, some songs are sung for 2-3 days, but these are not limited. There is no limit. And when they go on singing, the audience stays with the singer. And it's actually a kind of leisure of the people, depending upon their agrarian cycle. They do the jhum cultivation, and they work for some time. They slash and burn the field, and after that they raise their crops, and when it is harvested, then after that they have no work. During this period, they organize this type of sessions where singing is done, and these are parts of their culture, and it is necessary. Certain things are necessary in the society, and they have made such certain performances necessary. We have the Ronker, a festival. Then we have the Chomankan, that is also again a festival. It is the death ritual of the Karbis, and it is regarded to be the greatest festival. The festival, the mourning of the dead is raised to the level of a festival. They don't mourn the dead. They don't weep for the dead. Rather, they hire weeper for the death. And the young people enjoy. And they get engaged in singing singing songs which have sexual overtones, which has something to do with reproduction. So they are very obvious. Those songs are straightforward narrations of the sexual acts or the calling for the sex act. In this way, these are sung during the Chomankan festival. In other times, it is not allowed to be sung. They don't sing it at other times, and they are ashamed of singing at other times. But during Chomankan festival, the situation becomes something different, in which it is the mothers send their daughters to dance with the boys. Then the mothers sometimes hold the hands of the boys and her own daughter. So in this way, these take place, and sometimes what happens just after the festival, boys and girls get married. So it is just like sending away the dead and bringing the new one. And in Karbi society, what they do, they believe that the dead person takes rebirth in the family itself, and the first baby to be born after the death of a person is the reincarnation of that particular person. But it is not always so. There is the divination process. The Karbi priest will do the divination. He will find out who is born. When a child is born in a family, then he will, the priest will do divination by different methods. We have the divination by hepatoscopy, the checking of the liver of an animal sacrificed, then by slicing bamboo strips, bamboo pieces, then throwing it, then kori. So in this way, different ways are there. Then sometimes throwing certain things to the birds. Then sometimes sending some lamps, mustard oil lamps lit on the river. So in this way, there are different ways of divination. And after that, the priest will say that the boy or the girl who is born in this family is the soul of Mr. So-and-so. It might be the immediate person who died, or it may be 3 generations ago somebody died, his or her soul might be identified. Then what happens, this family names the boy or girl as the senior one. So the names are repeated in the family. So this belief was there in their own traditional religion. So in Masira Kohir and Karbi Keplang and in Chomangkan, then again in the Hai Alun, and also in the Sabin Alun. Sabin Alun is the Karbi Ramayana. We see certain beliefs. In the Karbi Ramayana also we have beliefs which are not there in the Valmiki Ramayana or the Madhav Kondoli Ramayana or the Tulsidas Ramayana. We have certain beliefs which are peculiar to the tribe. For example, when Ram goes after Marich in the jungle, Marich cries, "I am dying, help me," in the voice of Ram. Then Sita tells Lakshman to go. Up to this portion, everything is same. But Sita tells Lakshman in the Karbi Ramayana, the name of Sita is Sinta and Lakshmana is Khena. Sinta tells Khena to go and help her husband. Then Khena says, "My brother is so strong, you need not worry about him, nothing will happen to him." Then Sita then tells Khena that you want to marry me after your brother's death, that is why you are not going to help me. Now this is a tradition among the Karbis to remarry the elder brother's widow. If the elder brother dies, then the younger brother has the prerogative of marrying the widow. And this type of widow remarriage is culturally accepted and it has been continuing even now. And in case of marriage, there are certain stringent systems, say exogamous, endogamous marriages are there. So here what happens, the mother's brother's daughter is the ideal wife. But if there is no mother's brother's daughter, mama ki beti agar nahi hai, then one will have to marry from the mother's clan. So he or she can marry only from the mother's clan. So this is the custom. And if the elder brother dies, then the younger brother also can marry from the maternal uncle's clan. So this sister-in-law is already from the maternal uncle's clan. So remarriage is there and he can marry. And Sita scolds saying this. So this is not there in the Valmiki Ramayana or any other versions of the Ramayana. But in the Karbi Ramayana it is so because of the culture of the particular community. So in this way we have certain things which are very culture specific. Then apart from that we have some beliefs associated with these myths. In case of Hai Alun, for example, when you sing this song in the beginning of the spring, then rain will come. If you don't sing, rain will not come. That is their belief. And they have never tried to prove it. That we are not going to sing this year, let's see whether there will be rain or not. That has never been tried. They believe that we have to sing it, and if we sing, then rain will come. So they sing it invariably, and it is believed that rain is coming only because of singing of this Hayalun. So these type of beliefs are there. And in case of Lunse Keplang, Karbi Keplang, Thap Keplang, there are lots of such beliefs which are still revered by the people. Now, along with this, I would like to mention about one. How many minutes can I speak? 2 minutes? Okay. So I would like to mention about one more epic, which is there among another community. In that community, it is the Rabha community. In that community, they have a text called the Mayavanti Bishohari. Mayavanti Bishohari is the name of the epic, and it was there in oral tradition up to 1983. Before 1983, it was not written down. In 1983, one Praneswar Rabha collected all the tales, just like Elias Lonrod collected the Kalevala. Then he got it published. And I was also associated with him at that time. I helped him. He was a very simple person, school teacher, and I was working as a research scholar under my professor, my supervisor, and he asked me to help him. So I did all the seeing through the press of that particular text. It is a huge book. It is the text which is the tribal version of the Manasa Mangal Kavya. The Manasa Mangal Kavya, which is prevalent in Bihar, West Bengal, Bangladesh, Assam, all this eastern part. It is not there in the western part, of course. So that we have a tribal version of the Manasa Mangal, wherein certain beliefs are there, certain situations are there, which is not there in the Manasa Mangal, in the pan-Indian Manasa Mangal. It is specific to that particular community. For example, one is Merghor Kamani. When Sandhu, the merchant, he makes a iron house for his son so that it cannot be beaten by a snake. This particular episode is there in this Rabha, Mayavanti Bishohari narrative also. But it is not the iron house. It is a house built of bamboo and thatch. And how a bamboo and thatch house is built, all the training is given there. If you listen to that song and you do the practical, then you can build the thatch and bamboo house. Then what enchants me most is that the same description of making a thatch and bamboo house is there among the Karbi tribe also. The song there is Terang Kekim. They have a dormitory system. Dormitory system is the system where all the young boys, when they become 12 or 13 years old, they don't stay in their own houses. A common house, a common hostel-like house, a dormitory is built, and they all start staying there. And the making of that dormitory, there is a song, how to make the dormitory. And the making of the dormitory of the Karbi tribe and the making of the iron house for saving the young prince from the snake bite is the same in the Karbi and the Rabha tribe. So in this way, we have certain culture-specific things in the myths associated with the local deities and local beliefs, which are not pan-Indian, which are culture-specific to the tribes, which I think need to be given more importance, more attention, so as to understand the whole of the Indian ethos. The Indian ethos is not merely the say great tradition, but it also should include the little traditions. Though I despise these terms, great and little, I think it has to be done. Then I think we'll be understanding our India in a more meaningful way. With that, I conclude my speech.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I hope we enjoy Professor Kolita's presentation very much, and it is a wonderful presentation, I should say, wisely balanced between the empirical data and theoretical reflections. So now I would like to invite Dr. Irom Ravindra Singh, Assistant Professor, Manipur University of Culture. After the completion of his presentation, we will have discussion. So please take your time, sir.
So I'm showing my gratitude and regards to the chair, Dr. M. Sadananda, and Jai Shri Madamji, and the speakers, and those who will be here. So actually, I was assigned a paper on the tribal epics of Manipur under the banner Oral Epics of India. So in this aspect, I was going through the current works of tribal literature of Manipur again and again, and at last I decided to make a paper on the tribal oral traditions of Manipur. Let me introduce the place where these tribes are settled and the geographical structure in a brief. Manipur is a small multi-ethnic state with a geographical area of 22,327 square kilometers, located on the last border or fringes of northeastern India. And this state is divided into two portions, one valley region and hilly region. Valley region occupies, this constitutes about 10% of the total geographical area, and remaining 90% of the total geographical area is occupied by the tribes. In the state, there are three ethnic groups. They are Meitei, the majority community in the state. Politically, under these tribals, Nagas and the Kuki Sin, mainly in the hill areas, and Meitei Pangal, the Muslims. So at present, according to government notification, there are 33 recognized scheduled tribes of Manipur. And more than this, there are some classified tribes are there, but I will not mention that things. These tribes, let us see. Aimol, Anal, Siru, Sote, Gangte, Inpui, Mar, Kharam, Khoibu, Koirao, Kom, Lamkang, Liangmei, Mao, Maram, Maring, Mate, Monsang, Moyon, Paite, Paumai, Purum, Ralte, Rongmei or Kabui, Simte, Sute, Tangkul, Tarao, Thadau, Thangal, Waifei, Zeme, and Zhou. Together, this is recognized as scheduled tribe of Manipur. Besides this, there are communities from the other states of India. People are predominantly Mongoloid and speak Tibeto-Brahmin languages. In the state, Meitei Lon or Manipuri is the state language and the mother tongue of the Meitei community, and also used as lingua franca in the state. Like in other states of India, in a true sense, it is practically impossible to characterize the tribal communities in India in a single ethnographic or historical framework. In terms of livelihood, the tribes have not been completely cut off from the non-tribal communities. Since the ancient times, exchanges between the two communities have been of profound significance in the areas such as medicine, folklore, narrative technique, religious abstraction, music, dance, theater, and even agriculture technology. The tribal oral traditions are based on the gift of memory, yet the sheer length of the tribal past makes it impossible to distinguish between the historical past and the mythological past. Moreover, the tribals, their primary occupation, though it is agriculture, makes the interweaving of the natural and the supernatural an inevitable core of their oral tradition. The rendering of the epics in the tribal communities takes the form of a performance which is also a sacred ritual. There are ritual songs, story song, music, dance, drama, painting, and performance rolled together in a single communicative experience. In this regard, so far we dig it out the tribal literature in the state. There are not so-called epics of culture heroes or sacred narratives of the tribes of Manipur. For example, the elements of an epic hero, such as the main character has to be possessed of supernatural abilities, charged with quests, proved to be the worthiness of himself, presence of numerous mythical beings, magical power, and supportive to mankind, supreme sacrifice, resurrection, and restitution are not found in the works of tribal literature or folklore in Manipur. And the folk tradition of tribes in Manipur, the so-called epic literature is a third among the 33 scheduled tribes of Manipur. We don't find out any composition of folk epic or oral epics among the community scholars, bards, or professional singers of the tribes of Manipur. However, there are rich folk tales, ceremonial songs, observational songs, festival songs, ritual poems, religious songs composed by the community singers, priests, poets, and composers. These folk tales, songs, and recital poems are lack of at least the true essence of epic literature, whether it is in oral or written form. The contents of culture hero, story of love and war, epic narratives associated with territories, genealogies, inter-community friendship and conflict, romance and sacrifice are not found collectively in the tribal literature of the state. Hence, the folk literature in the tribal languages of Manipur are not attaining the status of an epic, and more research works are invited for further findings. In another concept, the tribal literature has qualities. For instance, the folk literature is so attractive because the works of literature has four major functions to perform. That is, entertainment is always there, moral and spiritual values also there, motivation is there, and the most importantly, aesthetic pleasure is there. At random, during my research work, I take 3 indigenous tribes of Manipur and selected for the present study. Among the 33 scheduled tribes, I have chosen this Kabui, Inpui, and Aimol tribes. The folk songs, ceremonial or festival songs, occasional songs, religious songs, oral recitals, etc. are found orally transmitted through the generations from the community elders, singers, bards, poets, or oral composers. First instance, let me take Kabui tribe. Kabui tribe is among the oldest and indigenous tribes of Manipur, which is very closely connected with the Meitei people. According to 2011 census, the projecting population is 1,03,908. The Kabui people are a Tibeto-Brahmin ethnic group in the northeast Indian state of Manipur. Every Kabui village, there is a headman called Khulakpu. This tribe has got rich treasure of traditional knowledge Folklore in Kabui plays an important role in retaining and regenerating the tradition, values, and educate the people. The folk songs, tales, myths, proverbs, riddles, oral recitals, etc. are very rich but written down a little. Culture and religion are inseparable in Kabui. Cultural festivals are connected with the worship of prayer to the Almighty God for plenty and welfare and celebration for them. Few works may be discussed as follows. Lucian Lu, Song of Sowing Gesture. Lucian Lu is a different type of song normally sung by a group of 2 or more persons. In 3 sections, namely Maino, Kailwang Pat Lu, Naushuan Laisian Lu, and Maku Lucian Lu, these songs are sung in a responsive manner to show good gesture or to convey good wishes, normally by standing on the eve and on the day of wedding, when the bride is being sent off, and on the preceding days of the feast of marriage. In the song, no musical instrument is used. The compilation represents around 50 songs. Makulu, Song of Feast of Marriage. Makulu is the song of Feast of Marriage. Kabuis believe that a man goes to heaven when he dies if he could host Feast of Marriage during his lifetime. Feast of Marriage is a very prestigious ritual function. This song is usually not sung at the common functions or festivals. It is believed that songs of feast are learned from the gods. When the songs are sung, the musical instruments such as drum, gong, cymbal, etc. shall be used along with the movements of dance. Poetic song, Luruang Le Lufai. It is a non-festival song. It appears to be mainly the work of talents or poets, presented in the form of song, and it is more on romantic theme. The songs contain properties of literary, cultural, and the moral values. The song is sung in 2 versions. One is ancient and another is modern style by a person individually without rhythm and a musical instrument. Song of Sowing Seeds. Lao Phun Lu is the song of sowing seeds, sung while paddy seeds are sown by the folk. The Kabuis believe that the goddess of paddy is bountiful, is happy and gives a bountiful harvest if the cultivators work in happy mood without idleness. The song is sung in a responsive manner by 2 groups, consists of males and females. No musical instrument is being used. Oral recitals. Kashuai Kadam. Kabuis believe that there is one Almighty God called Raguang. They perform ritual rites at every feast, festival, and various occasions connected with seed sowing, harvest, construction of house, birth, marriage, and death, and so on. The oral recitals are not exactly the incantation, nor the sorcery or witchcraft, but oral recitals are the healing touch for the sick, strength for the weak, courage for the brave, sustainer of life who believe and practice them. There are about 45 oral recitals, and then Inpui tribe. Next, let us see how the Inpui tribe and their culture, their literature is. Inpui is one of the recognized rural tribe of Manipur, Gazette of India 2012, and listed under the Naga tribes of Manipur politically. The projecting population is approximately 7,000 in 2023. They are a Tibeto-Brahmin ethnic group in northeast state of India. They were believed initially settled in Hauksong, subdivision of Tamelong and Senapati districts. They speak the Inpui language, also known as Puiron language. This tribe, like other tribes of Manipur, has got rich folk culture. Mainly they sing folk songs during the marriage ceremony and the construction of new traditional ornamental house. For example, folk songs Babrang Lam, Thauro, and the song revolves around the myths of Amang and Adan feast of merit during the construction of Inpui tradition ornamental house. Any professional singer sing with dance in groove with a leading one and a follow on responsive manner. In a dance, imitating spin motion of hornbill feathers on top of threshing pestle. The musical instruments like log drum, gong, and cymbal are accompanied. And the next one is Aimol tribe. Aimol is one of the recognized tribe of Manipur, and very recently, 2011, their population is 3,190, almost endangered. Aimol is considered to be a critically endangered language by UNESCO. The Aimols are found mainly settled in Chandel, Susampur, and Senapati districts of Manipur. The Aimol tribe is a Tibeto-Brahmin language speaker and has close affinities with other Kukichin languages. In this tribe also, there are some folk songs or festival songs. Among the ritual or folk songs, I take up some 2-3 songs. They have this probable song in their language. It's called Paurola. The Aimol sing preaching moral lesson to the innocent and simple man. The proverbial song is accompanied with the musical instruments like gong, drum, mithun horn, rosem. Rosem is kind of string musical instrument. This proverbial song is sung by any professional singers in the community on the events like Lungkan, that means stone erection festival, Lamjir, like road repairing festival, etc. This song is there some Lam Asinom Kaloye, like this the lyrics is. The song describes that men divert from any road, whether it is narrow or broad, except the approach to that. Again, the song is sung, and that meaning is their lyrics is Khur Alim Nom Karuk, etc. That means here, man can fill any type of hole, whether small or large, but he cannot fill the mouth of life. And they also sing romantic song Lungsiat La. At the hours of night time, Aimol spend singing romantic song. The song has a great deal of dating and courtship between the two lovers. Any professional singer or a boy and a girl sing the song with accompanying musical instruments like gong, drum, mithun horn, rosem. Nowadays, this song is sung on any festival mood, amusement ceremony, etc. And the song of culmination of love, Lungsiat Kantung La. The song is sung by any professional singers in the community on the occasion of achievement, concluding ceremony, etc. The musical instruments like which is mentioned in the earlier, gong, drum, mithun, horn, rosem, sananta, etc. are used. The Aimols expect the attraction of the love and the distraction of the head. And in the conclusion, from all this above study of the tribal folk tradition, it is learned that neither of these sections, like in the study of folk epics in India, we have that, so far I know, the sacred narratives and secular narratives. Neither of these sections, sacred narratives or secular narratives, the tribal literacies belong to. And also, there are no epic literature on the tribes of Manipur, and the many folk singers, elders, writers, scholars, poets, or bards opine that oral epics are unidentified in their communities. Ritual songs, ceremonial songs, observation songs, festival songs, religious songs, and folk tales are popularly performed in many events. Hence, we need a serious study or research on the tribes of Manipur in the near future. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you very much. Very illuminating papers. There is a proverb that Rome was not built in a day. Likewise, epic cannot be created in a day, in a week, in a year. It took several centuries. So Ramayana and Mahabharata has been playing a vital role in the lifestyle of the Hindu peoples, apart from Hindu, among the Muslim peoples also. In Manipur, we have two schools of epic tradition. One is Hindu epic traditions, and another is Khamba Thoibi epic traditions. Both the traditions belong to Meitei community. Khamba Thoibi epic traditions belongs to the indigenous culture of the Meiteis. And Ramayana and Mahabharata traditions came to Manipur in 18th century. When Meitei started professing Hinduism during the reign of King Pamhaiba, and Ramayana Mahabharata came to prominence in our society. So the presentations made by Dr. Ravindra, it is very difficult task to find out the tradition of epics among the tribal peoples in Manipur. We have 33 communities he has already mentioned. Most of the tribal communities, they have ballad, they have folk song tradition, folk tales traditions, myths, legends, etc., etc. But epic is a very rare genre. Here I would like to put some points. Epic has become a very, very popular term, and it has become household word also. For example, Messi score a goal, then we will say, oh, epic goal. Again, let us see. The song of Lata Mangeshkar, Lagaja Gale, oh, epic song. Is it epic song? No. Epic, the term epic has, the word epic has been synonymously known to the greatest great. But there are two academic disciplines which are based on genre theory. One is folkloristics, another is literature. When we find a materials of literature or folkloric materials, we have to find out in which category of genre it should be fitted first. From yesterday, I have been attending different sessions of these particular seminars, but people have been talking about epic, the terms epics. Even a song, a narrative song, which has to be fitted into the category of ballad. Everybody says it is epic. No, epic is a very, very special genre of folkloric and literature. So here, Indians' epics, including Karvi tribals' epics, embedded both in landscape and culture and memory of the peoples. Every aspect of the society and culture is demonstrated by an epic. That is why epic is very important to us. If we want to know something about a society, if the society has oral traditions of epic, then we have to study oral epics. If we study oral epic, we can find everything, whatever we need to, whatever we want to know, because epic has everything in it. If we want to know the ancient Indian cultures, we don't need to go another text. We have to study Mahabharata and Ramayana. It is modern enough, I should say. If you want to know something about Manipuri society, Meitei culture, then you can study Khamba Thoibi epic. Am I right, sir? So here I would like to share some of my experiences as a performer, as a researcher. Sir has mentioned about the Milmal Perry and Albert B. Lord, a great folklorist Both of them belong to comparative literature. And Albert Billot teaches at the University of Harvard, and he is credited for the introduction of this oral formulaic theory. So here, the performer, this epic singer's mind may be conceptualized as a sort of archives in which all the materials of performance are resided. Whenever he wishes to use some proverbs or phrases, he can use. Sarah has already mentioned that it is impossible to remember line by line the entire text of Mahabharata or Ramayana. He has to use some particular formula. These archives are these kind of archives which the materials of epic reside in our mind. The materials was divided into three categories by Milmil Perry and Albert Billot. They are formula, number one. Number two is formulaic expressions. The third one is theme. Formula is that a word or some group of words which has been used repeatedly in the same metrical conditions. For example, Pandava Arjun in Mahabharata. It is formula. By the use of these particular words, this particular formula, I have to construct a sentence. That kind of sentence is called formulaic expression. Sir, you have told about the expression, the construction of line by using some particular sounds, am I right? So that is for formula expression. And theme is what? Theme is a group of words or phrase, or maybe epithets. For example, in Kambatobi epic, the performers, we will find liberal use of this kind of themes. For example, this epithet, Thanga Kokarang Kokarang Tomanano Kok Tangingo Koklava, Mapagita the It is epithet to describe the spear used by the epic hero. In the Mahabharata epic also, the name of Eros, the performer shall use repeatedly according to the situations, according to the narratives. For example, Amarata, Samarata, Padmajan, Indrajan, Brahmajan, Kalata, Kalukabana, Vidyuda Garusan, Gajendra Neketra, Jukujukti, Moyoban, Silimuka, Sishuma, Gore, Darasan, Singa, Darasan, Bayudan, Tabana, Biducho, Dankayu, Asikadi Kanika, Dharavana, Bayubana, Chandravana, Sujavana, Taravana, Sabdivedivan, Anulu Singavana, Sapta Dhara, Da Pipilika Van. These are names of arrows used by Arjuna Karna. These remain unchanged in their text, but they used repeatedly to suit the situation, to emphasize the narratives, and whenever the situation of war comes, battles comes, they will recite. The performer will recite this. And other things, they are changeable. They are changeable. The only thing the performer has to remember is that the constant element of the narratives, constant element. For example, why Rama went to exile? These questions. The answer will come up automatically. Why Sita was loved by Ravana? Because of Surbanekha. These are the constant element of the epic. By the use of this constant element, he will construct, he will create the narratives. The moment of composition is the performance, you have already told. The moment of composition is the performance. So, Indian oral epics may be studied from both emic and etic categories. Otherwise, it may not be able to understand totally. First, we have to study it from our own perspective, that is called emic in anthropological term, emic, and by the use of grand narratives, the theories created by different scholars, by the use of these theories, we can interpret our epics. So we are very proud to be an Indians because we have multiple traditions of epics. In every society, epic is very rarely found. In China is a vast country, very big country, but they have only 3 traditions of epics. But in India, we have uncountable number of, in Manipur, we have 2 traditions. One is Hindu epic tradition, another is Kambatobi epic traditions. And we have 35 communities settled in Manipur. Only Meitei community has epic traditions. In Assam also, Assamese has different schools of epics, Manasa epic traditions, Mahabharata Ramayana epic tradition. So the times up, thank you very much for your patience and your interest. And I'm very thankful to the organizers for giving me such an opportunity to chair these sessions. And I'm very glad and I'm very happy to see my gurus today. And I do not know when I will meet him again. That is why I gave him more time. Very sorry, sir. Thank you very much. Please, sir.
Well, when we talk of the formula and the transcreation or the recreation of a particular narrative, we, on the other hand, have some classic traditions where everything is kept intact. For example, in Sanskrit, the Vedas were in the Shruti form. They were orally transmitted and orally transmitted before they were finally written down, but they were fixed. There was no deviation. Then again, in case of the Gita, for example, when the Gita is chanted or when the Gita is sung, then it is always the same. You don't have a very high scope of having different versions. Then again, the Sanskrit dictionaries, for example, the Amarakosha, for example, there are scholars who memorize the whole Amarakosha. And Anandaram Borua, by whose name my institute is named, and after whom this institute is named, was a Sanskrit scholar. He was an ICS officer, the 5th civilian, Indian 5th civilian, who was the first charge of a whole district. He headed the Noakhali district as the collector. He was a Sanskrit scholar and he had memorized the whole Amarakosha while he was in school. Every word. So there are people and there are traditions where everything is memorized without deviating from it or without using any oral formulaic theory. But here in epic, where there is a narration, where you have to narrate, then the creator in the performer, he starts working and he transcreates and gives different verses.
Yes, this is the reason why this is a living traditions, we call.
Yeah. With that, we conclude the 5th session of this national seminar. On behalf of Sahitya Akademi, I, Jayashree Sethi, extend my heartful thank you to the chair, Shri S. Sadanand Singh ji, and esteemed speakers, Shri Dilip Kumar Kalita ji and Irom Robindra Singh ji. Thank you for being here. It has been a pleasure listening to each one of you. Sahitya Utsav, Festival of Letters 2024.
Please introduce yourself.
I said Jayashree Sethi. My name is Jayashree Sethi.
Your name is Jayashree. What else?
What else? I am a storyteller.
Okay.
And I narrate stories to children and teachers and everybody who loves stories. And it's my privilege to be here on behalf of Sahitya Akademi. And as the Sahitya Utsav culminates today, I believe this dialogue on our literary heritage continues. Good evening and hope we meet again. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Is there anybody from the Sahitya Academy?